Looks like we got most everybody here, so let's go ahead and get started. All right, good morning, everybody, and welcome to the December 17th, 2025 City Planning Commission meeting. Santa's going to be here in 1 week. I hope everybody's ready. The commissioners look forward to hearing your case, as we understand every project is important and unique. In addition, we want to make sure we address all of the docketed items individually with the intention they need to build consensus between the applicant, public, and city staff. Our meeting will follow the advertised docket, and we'll hear the cases in the order they are listed, beginning with the consent agenda, followed by the regular docketed items. The commissioners believe we can reach consensus by being brief yet heard. Because our meeting is virtual and recorded, we have time limits for the cases that we hear, which is 5 minutes for staff presentations, and 20 minutes for the applicant, plus any questions by the commissioners. When we move to the public comment, we will call on those who have joined us here in person, followed by those who have joined us virtually. Any public comments are limited to 2 minutes when speaking as an individual, or up to 5 minutes when representing a community association or a larger group. Please be brief and limit repetitive comments. Those of you who are joining us virtually, please be ready to go when it is your turn to speak. Have your video camera turned on and your screen name correctly displayed. This helps us make sure we get your testimony for the record. As we get started, I ask staff to provide any additional ground rules and instructions as we conduct this meeting. So, Sarah, please remind us of those, please.
Yes, good morning. I will describe the testimony procedures for today's hybrid meeting. First, for those joining us online, please know that there are 2 categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are commission members and city staff. If you are an applicant or a member of the public who would like to testify regarding a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know you would like to speak. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request to speak on a case. You will need to accept a promotion to panelist in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic. You will reconnect shortly. If you are calling in on a phone line, your screen name appears as your phone number. You can raise your hand to speak when the case is announced by pressing star followed by the number 9. When you are promoted to panelist, the chair would like for you to turn on your camera so that the commission can see you when it is your time to speak. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. When you are called upon, you will be able to share your screen to display exhibits. The chat box is only for questions about the agenda. The merits of each case are not to be discussed in the chat box. For those joining us today in person, applicants may be seated at the center desk when the case is announced. Members of the public who would like to speak may approach the microphone on the podium located to the left of the seating area when the chair calls for public testimony. If you are joining us today in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both manners causes a lot of unnecessary feedback and audio disruptions. Please mute or keep your phone on silent and be quiet when entering and exiting the hearing room. The commission has established time limits for all testimony during the meeting. You will be given 2 minutes to testify when speaking as an individual, or 5 minutes if you represent an organization such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. Those are all of our procedures.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's start with the consent agenda items. And if you could do number 5 separately, that would be great. I have recused on that one.
Our consent docket begins with C1, Case CLD Final Plat 2025-32, a request to approve a final plat in District B3-3 on about 7.4 acres generally located at the northeast corner of Northwest Prairie View Road and North Congress Avenue. Staff recommends approval with conditions. Item C2 is Case CLD Final Plat 2025-31, a request to approve a final plat in District B3-3 on about 13 acres generally located at the northwest corner of Northwest 86th Street and Northwest Prairie View Road. Staff recommends approval with conditions. Item C3 is Case CD CPC 2025-132, a request to approve a final MPD plan in Districts MPD for private open space on about 80 acres generally located on the west side of North Skyview Avenue, approximately 3/4 of a mile north of the intersection of Northwest 108th Street and North Skyview Avenue. Staff recommends approval with conditions. Item C4 is case CLD Final Plat 2022-34, a request to approve a final plat in District AGR and R 1.5 to create 10 lots and 7 tracts on about 29 acres generally located north of Northwest Berry Road and east of North Childress Avenue, south of Highway 152. Staff recommends approval with conditions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the commissioners regarding docket items C1, C2, C3, or C4? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket items C1, C2, C3, or C4, please come forward or use raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close public testimony on those then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to approve docket items C1, C2, C3, and C4 with conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket items C1 through C4. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Harkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crawl,
Aye.
Enders,
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Hassick,
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
All right, that moves us to docket item C5, so I'm recusing from that one.
Item C5 is case CD CPC 2022-212, a request to approve an extension of the approval time period for an MPD final plan in District MPD by 1 year on about 52 acres generally located at 5800 North Brighton Avenue. Staff recommends approval without conditions.
Are there any questions for city staff on docket item C5? Then we'll open it up for public testimony. If you'd like to speak on the approval of docket item C5, please either, raise your hand online or come forward.
There are no hands raised online.
We'll close all testimony for C5 and I'll take a motion.
Motion to approve docket item C5 without conditions. Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve docket item C5 without conditions. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? C5 passes, and we'll go back to Chair Crowell for the regular docket.
Okay, let's go to the regular docket, beginning with those items that are looking to be continued to a future date.
Our continuances begin with docket item number 3, case CD CPC 2025-168, a request to approve a rezoning from District DC 15 to District UR with a preliminary development plan for 4 sites for a mixture of commercial and residential uses on about 4.33 acres. The first site at the southeast corner of West 8th Street and Broadway Boulevard, the second at the northwest corner of Central Street and West 9th Street, the third at the southwest corner of West 9th Street and Central Street, and the fourth site at the northeast corner of Central Street and West 10th Street. Staff recommends continuance without fee to January 7th. Docket item number 4 is case CD CPC 2025-178, a request to approve a rezoning from District MPD to District B2-2 on about 1.37 acres generally located at 9820 North Oak Traffic Way. Staff recommends continuance without fee to January 7th, 2026. Item number 5 is case CD ROW 2025-36, a request to approve the vacation of a portion of public right-of-way of about 35,000 square feet generally located on North Olive Street between Rochester Avenue and Nicholson Avenue. Staff recommends continuance without fee to January 7th, 2026. Docket item number 6 is case CD ROW 2025-37, a request to approve a vacation of all sidewalks in proposed District MPD on about 40 acres generally located within the area known as the Country Club Plaza. Staff recommends continuance without fee to December 30th. Docket item number 7 is case CD SUP 2025-47, a request to approve a special use permit for the expansion of a school use in District R5 and B1-1 on about 14 acres generally located at 3301 East 75th Street. Staff recommends continuance without fee to January 7th, 2026. Item number 8 is case CD CPC 2025-179, a request to approve a rezoning without plan from R 2.5 to B3-2 on about 0.11 acres, generally located at the northeast corner of East 26th Street and Holmes Street. Staff recommends continuance without fee to January 7th, 2026. Docket item number 9 is case CD CPC 2025-152, Amending Chapter 88, the Zoning and Development Code by enacting a new Section 88-559 Major Street Plan to outline the process, procedure, and establishing criteria for amending the Major Street Plan. Staff recommends continuance without fee to January 21st, 2026. And docket item number 10 is case CD CPC 2025-151, a request to approve an amendment to the Major Street Plan for the purpose of updating the plan. Staff recommends continuance without fee to January 21st, 2026.
Thank you. That's a lot. Any questions from the commissioners regarding continuance of docket items 3 through 10? All right, seeing none, let's open it up for public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak the continuance of docket items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, or 10, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, we'll close public testimony then, and I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowley, move to continue docket items 3 through 10 as stated in the docket.
Second.
Got a motion and a second for continuance of docket items 3 through 10. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Arkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes,
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Okay, it looks like those docket items have been continued to a future date. Let's go back and we're ready for docket item number 1, please.
Docket item number 1 is case CD SUP 2025-22, a request to approve a special use permit for outdoor warehousing and storage for commercial vehicles, equipment parking, and material storage in districts M1-5 and M3-5 on about 4.17 acres generally located at the terminus of East 78th Street west of the Union Pacific Railroad, specifically located at 3901 East 78th Street.
All right, good morning. Larissa Chambi, City Planning and Development. This is case number CD 2025 or CD SUP 2025-00022 for 3901 East 78th Street. Here is the subject location. It's in the southeastern part of the city. And then a closer look at the site. This site did come into the City Planning and Development Department through a open complaint for storage and parking of vehicles and materials on an illegal surface and for improper use of the property. So the applicant is here requesting that special use permit to bring the property into compliance. The property is located within the 500-year floodplain, which is this pink, and then the floodplain itself is in the blue. And then the applicant did provide some additional information for the property, highlighting the areas that are going to be remain in their current state, which is this hatched line that you see along the western side of the property. That is all vegetative buffer. And then down here, although it's not hatched, it is also going to remain treed and vegetated. The applicant did also provide a more detailed site plan for what the Zoning and Development Code reviews. So the parking along the eastern side of the building is asphalt. And then where the storage of the equipment and the parking of more of those commercial vehicles, the flatbed trucks, that is highlighted along the western side of the building, and that's all gravel. There is a gate where this arrow is pointing towards. Staff is requiring that that gate be removed in order to ensure efficient and safe access to this site and the site to the north. The applicant did also work with Water Services and our fire department to propose a new hydrant for the site. And then here are just some pictures looking at the site. You can see where it's paved, where there's staff parking, and then the building itself. And then taking a look at the gravel portion of the lot with the parking for the flatbed trucks and other equipment. So moving on to the approval criteria, B, is it in the interest of the public convenience and will not have a significant adverse impact? This use has been around for about 10 years. And this applicant is bringing it into compliance. And as I mentioned, they are updating that fire hydrant, and then they're going to remove the gate, therefore ensuring a safer community for those properties. And then C and D, which are, is it compatible with the surrounding area in terms of site planning and building scale? And is it compatible in terms of operating characteristics and outdoor lighting and noise? I will bring up just the next slide so you can take a look. This site, nothing is being planned to change the site, so the building will remain as is. There is a variance request in for the gravel parking due to the size of the property. But there is already a larger demolition debris landfill to the north. And then everything that is on site is very much maintained on site. The applicant was not required to provide a lighting plan, but they did provide a lighting study that showed that they were in compliance with our zoning and development code. And then they have listed, as you saw on their site plans, that the vegetative buffer along the west and along the south and eastern property lines is to remain as is. So that should also shield the rest of the properties from what is occurring on site. And then this is a view from East 78th Street looking into the property. And looking west on East 78th Street where my mouse is. And then here, I tried to get as close as I could, but Google Maps would only let me go so far. So this is where that existing gate is, and this will be removed at a later time. So with that, staff recommends approval subject to conditions.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for city staff? All right, let's welcome the applicant then. Good morning.
Morning.
All these people are here for you, you know. Anything you'd like to add from the staff report?
I'm happy to answer any questions, but I don't have anything to add.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? All right, let's open it up for any public testimony. If there's anybody out there that would like to speak regarding docket item number 1, please come forward or raise your hand using the Zoom feature and you'll be called upon.
There are no hands raised online.
Okay, looks like you're set free, huh? So we'll close public testimony then. If there's nothing else to add, I'll take a motion, please.
Chair Crowe, I move to approve docket item number 1 with conditions.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second for approval of docket item number 1 with conditions. Margaret, can you take roll call on that motion, please?
Parkin,
Aye.
Beasley,
Aye.
Crowell,
Aye.
Enders.
Aye.
Forbes.
Aye.
Hassick.
Aye.
Padilla.
Aye.
Thank you for bringing it in. Appreciate it
Which
and
is online.
good luck.
Also, Lynch is online.
Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Lynch?
That's okay. I would say aye.
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm a little late.
That's all right. Thank you very much and good luck as you move
Thank you.
forward to the next
Thank
step. Apologize, I've got to sit out this next case because I wasn't here for the first one. So Tyler, it's all yours, man.
Sarah, we're ready for docket item number 2.
Docket item number 2 is case CD CPC 2025-164. A request to approve a rezoning from B4-5 to MPD with associated development plan and amendment to the Plaza Bowl overlay district for the Country Club Plaza area on about 23.5 acres, generally located at 4710 Jefferson Street.
Okay, morning. Excuse me, morning. Okay, as previously mentioned, this is case CD CPC 2025-164, and the applicant is seeking to rezone the subject district. And of course, there's an associated master planned development plan with that to encourage the enhancement and development of this district. The site is located in the Midtown portion of Kansas City, Missouri, but more specifically, we are talking about the Country Club Plaza. The area of the Country Club Plaza that is considered underneath this MPD is what is highlighted in yellow before you today. And now I'm going to go quickly through some of the plan sheets that are components of the MPD plan. One of them talks about character contributing buildings and facades. Anyone who's spent any little or long time in Kansas City knows that this district has a very unique style with the Spanish and Moorish architecture. So they wanted to make sure that those elements were enhanced and improved in the plan. So this helps identify aspects of the district that are significant to that style. There's also, as with any development plan, technical aspects. We're identifying uses, setbacks, building heights. And then I, of course, didn't change this particular slide from last time. To show the changes from the height proposal from what is proposed right now to what is being proposed in the MPDs. So and we're also looking at lot or
Correct.
block D. That's this missing a yellow highlight. And with all of those regulations is also a right-of-way vacation for the for the sidewalks, which is being handled through a separate case, which will be heard later in the month. Development plan portion that I just gave a highlight on. The second component to this are the design guidelines for the district, which also includes some uses, building materials, streetscape recommendations, transparency, and signage. So anything that is going to be new development or a major facade, upgrade, making sure that those elements, that new development is going to be complementary to the existing unique architectural style of the plaza. And that's all detailed in the design guidelines, which the full document is in your packet and online. At the last meeting on the 3rd, where we briefly talked about the deviations associated with this project, we mentioned that we were, in active conversations, with the applicant to make those better for the use as an MPD as a tool and how city staff sees fit. Lots and lots of great coordination. That list got whittled down from 17 to 7. And those details can be seen in the staff report and in the conditions report within your packet. For a highlight, those deal with some outdoor lighting, some signage, parking, and then boulevard fencing. So high level stuff, to help encourage more development along this district. So first, I'm going to talk about the review criteria for the MPD plan. The first review criteria to consider for an MPD rezoning and development plan is its consistency with adopted land use plans for the area. We can be talking about the area plan and or the comprehensive plan in this part of the review criteria. From a DMD perspective, we see that this plan is modernizing that Plaza Bowl concept. As I mentioned last time, this talks about how the Plaza Bowl is meant to create low level, a couple of stories for the base of the plaza. And then as you move away from the heart of the plaza, buildings can be taller, which creates that bowl effect. That creates that scenic view that we're used to right now, due to existing, market conditions. We understand that some buildings need to be taller, but the spirit of that is that still the base is that 45 feet with the surrounding buildings being, a little bit taller to accommodate different types of activities that could occur along the plaza as we change from a brick and mortar, retail centric district to something that is more mixed use and considering a wide variety of activity features. We also see those streetscape enhancements, which are really important for both pedestrian usage and vehicular usage of the area to make sure that it is a pleasant experience to be there while you're not inside a physical store. And then of course, preservation of the character contributing buildings, and while also making sure that new buildings can complement those character contributing buildings. That's very, very important to make sure that that beautiful feel of the plaza is maintained. So that's all of the points from development management's perspective. There's also a long-range planning or a community planning analysis that comes along with that, where, as you can see in the staff report, there's a low alignment with the area plan and a medium alignment with the comprehensive plan. So now I'll turn it over to that staff to talk more details about that.
Thank you, Anna. Hello, everyone. I'm Gerald Williams, Division Manager for Community Planning. I'm here today with some of my staff, Brad Wolf with Historic Preservation, Cindy Trivistono, who's our Urban Design Planner, and Susan Cronandrew, who's our District Planner for this area, who helped put this analysis together. So I'll quickly go through our concerns, which are sort of highlighted here, largely around two things. One is design, which includes building heights, and uses would be the other kind of thing we're still working through and have concerns about. So on the design side, we're looking for something closer to, and not expecting a strict adherence to the bowl concept, but we're looking for some kind of sort of a compromise. If we are going to allow taller buildings in the plaza, we think there's a few blocks, and we'll highlight those in a moment, where we would prefer to see something lower than was proposed. We have good design guidelines, and I want to thank Dustin and his team for putting together and being very cooperative about that. We put together a very comprehensive set of guidelines, and they have responded with the vast majority of the things we asked for. We have a few tweaks, which I'll go through in a moment on that. So it's not perfect yet, but it's very good, and we really appreciate their work towards that. And the last thing on design is preservation of what we're calling character contributing buildings, but that also includes character contributing vertical elements, those towers you see on the plaza as well, in addition to public spaces and public art and fountains and things like that as well, which we have a recommendation about too. On the use side, the MPD currently recommends a range of what we consider sort of heavier commercial auto-oriented uses that we don't consider to be appropriate for the Country Club Plaza. The Midtown Plaza Area Plan actually has a range of land uses that are proposed, and we're looking for something closer to that excludes things that are on the, and we have a list of those things at the end here, but things like warehousing and data centers and drive-through uses and things that we just don't see an appropriateness for on the pedestrian-oriented Country Club Plaza. Next slide. So on the building heights, which we think is very, very much linked to building design as well, we find it difficult to apply the kind of Spanish Mediterranean revival architecture that we want to see on a larger frame building, right? So so one of our concerns is about compatibility with that Spanish Mediterranean style. What we're saying is, if we do allow taller buildings in the plaza, we're saying above 45 feet, we would like to see two things. One is more strict adherence to that Spanish Mediterranean revival style in the guidelines for that first 45 feet. And then above that, anything above that 45 feet, and it's misphrased, I think, on this slide, but anything above that 45 feet, we were looking for inclusion of some guidelines that would ensure that the building somewhat fits that character without that same level of detail to that Spanish Mediterranean style that you would have on the first 45 feet. We're using Lockton Building, and we're using the historic apartment buildings on the south side of Ward Parkway as kind of what we would consider to be that taller building appearance should look like. So again, if we're going to allow taller buildings in the plaza that deviate from the bowl, and as Anna pointed out, this is kind of a modernization of that bowl concept. We are looking for, we have 6 blocks that are higher than what the bowl recommends. We're looking for less height on 3 of those blocks, blocks F, M, and O, and we'll show you a map of those in a moment. More on the interior of the plaza. We're still not asking for the 45 feet that the Plaza Bowl recommends, but we're looking for something between that 45 and the 150 or 200 feet that they're proposing now in their MPD. Next slide. These are the blocks F, M, and O that we're looking for that compromise in building heights on. We're also asking for, and they have included what we're calling step backs on this. So above that 45 feet, to bring the massing away from Nichols Road and towards Ward Parkway, or just generally away from Nichols, we're asking for that. Anything above 45 feet to be pushed away from the street. They are proposing 20 feet here, above 45 feet. I'm not sure if that's the right number or not, but we like to have a little more analysis and thought about what the right distance is to make that massing less imposing as you're a pedestrian on Nichols Road. Next slide. Design guideline applicability. We've had some conversations with the applicant after the last CPC hearing, in fact, and we were talking about some changes. I don't know if this has already been addressed, so it may have been. They just submitted the new submittal yesterday, which we haven't had a chance to review. So some of these things may have already been addressed to some extent. On what we're calling character contributing buildings, which I'll talk about in a moment, they were asking for the ability to modify up to 30% of that facade without consulting the guidelines, without city review. If this was a historic district, for instance, that percentage would be 0, right? So we do think those facades are important. We had a conversation with the team about exempting storefronts. So they had a little more flexibility in changing out as new tenants go into a space without having to come talk to the city, just the windows and the doors and things like that, without touching historic elements or character contributing materials. So that's kind of what we're looking to reduce that threshold to 10% and also perhaps include an exemption for the storefront, although we think we need to very carefully and clearly define what those storefront elements are. Next slide. So this is what we're calling the comprehensive and reliable nature of the design guidelines. Basically means we think there's some language in there that softens the guidelines. It perhaps makes them more difficult to implement. And we have some examples here in this first column about words like consider or phrases like will not incorporate some or all of these elements seem to leave the door open to not ignoring the guidelines or making them somewhat optional and difficult for staff, I think. To use on a practical basis in reviewing anything that comes our way. So we're looking for that language to be modified or removed. And we do have, again, a set of guidelines we provided early on that doesn't have any of that language in it. Slide. These are our character contributing buildings map, which Anna shared with you earlier. These facades and blocks outlined in red are areas that we are suggesting be added. Brad and Cindy in our historic preservation office went through a process to identify what these character contributing buildings are using a set of criteria that includes buildings that are 50 years or older, those buildings that have that Spanish or Mediterranean style of architecture and contribute in some way to the character and appeal of the plaza. And so these are the buildings that we've identified that should be on this character contributing map, and we would ask that they be added on. We're also asking for the addition of, I think, 2 tower elements, those vertical tower elements that are missing from this map as well. And we're also asking for a salvage plan. I think the MPD does talk about deconstruction of these buildings, these character contributing buildings, if they're ever demolished or removed. But we would like to see a salvage plan approved by the Historic Preservation Commission to help provide some detail to how that deconstruction is occurring. Next slide. So this is the character contributing building. Again, what we've identified initially were character contributing buildings. What they are identifying on the MPD are character contributing facades. We have some concern about only identifying the facade of these buildings, in that we want to avoid what we're calling facadism, where you gut the building and build a new building behind the historic facade. And that new building may have no relationship or physical connection to or function with the facade that remaining, right? So it's a difficult thing to define and guideline form. And so we've had conversations with Dustin and his team about how to ensure that as buildings are modified and those facades are preserved, that whatever's put in place, that the facade still has some functional relationship to whatever's behind it, right? We'd also like to explore preserving the public art, the fountains, the public spaces. I think that Dustin and his team are on board with that. We're suggesting that in partnership with us, we go out and do a survey of those elements and see what's there now. Next slide. And on uses, I've already kind of touched on this, so I won't go into great level of detail. We think that the MPD allows a range of uses that are less pedestrian oriented and not really as consistent or compatible with that pedestrian environment. And we have a list of those here: gasoline and fuel sales, general manufacturing, data centers, self-storage, things like that we would like to see not permitted in the MPD plan. And I think that's it for, do we have one? Yeah, that's enough.
Thanks so much for adding those comments. Very helpful. I imagine the applicant's presentation might have some questions that help fill that in. So hopefully we could have a little bit of a continued dialogue to see if anything changes based upon potential updates. Can we go ahead and ask your team a few questions at this time and then go back to the rest of the staff presentation? Again, really helpful. So thank you for providing all that information. I'd like to start with heights, and you identified FMO. My hope is that after hearing from the applicant today, you said you couldn't suggest heights at this time. If the applicant is proposing different heights than what was previously proposed for these sites, then my hope would be that you could weigh in on whether those heights seem appropriate, or perhaps with setbacks, then you all could determine what you all would deem appropriate. With that, I'm curious about F, primarily because, well, if you could just explain so that way I don't assume why you've chosen the ones that you've chosen. Could you further explain why F you all deem to be one that the height needs to be reduced?
Sure. Yeah, so all three of these kind of the same reason, in that they are more on the interior of the Country Club Plaza, whereas blocks E, J, and D, which were the ones where tall buildings are proposed, are more on the periphery or the perimeter of the site. So that's why we want to maintain that pedestrian scale along Nichols Road, is kind of the idea there. And we understand this what I keep calling the former Sears building, Block F, is tall. I mean, it's not 45 feet. I forget the exact height. Is it 75 or 80 feet tall, something like that? So that's kind of the height that we would like to see replaced there. We're not opposed to putting back the height that's there now, right?
So as a non-architectural professional who's spent a lot of time thinking about these heights the last few weeks, I was thinking that height is often important to consider in terms of relativism to what's next to it. And so I was surprised by F because it's next to a site that might be very tall and it could be viewed as a good transition, perhaps. How would your team weigh whether something should be viewed as a transition, or if, like, is there a detriment to, the opposite of the bowl concept, instead of a gradient of heights, kind of more of a fall off of heights?
Well, I think if you go by maintaining the height of the existing structure, that is kind of a transition from the taller buildings down to the 45-foot level that we're seeing on most of the other blocks along Nichols Road. But block F is pretty squarely in the interior of the plaza at that point. But I would agree it does make a good candidate as a transitional block, and I do think that the 75 feet is a good transition, provides that transition. So,
okay, thank you. And then looking at the character contributing buildings slide, this is a new concept for me, just since it hadn't been provided. And I think I understand what is intended, but can you kind of explain that again? And the additions of everything in red here, I understand the towers. Can you identify which are are these only, can you just explain whether this is facades and or buildings or just buildings?
Well, I think, and I may call up Brad who did most of this analysis, but I think we would prefer buildings identified as opposed to just facades. And again, identifying only facades gives us that facadism concern that we were talking about earlier. But so we are just, I think, well, with the exception apparently of Block F, we are just delineating facades in this request, but I think.
So to pick on a few just to kind of work through it and help me get a sense of things. Let's start with F again. Understand that it's certainly character contributing in the history that it's served, that building has served on the Country Club Plaza. And I think of it as a classic example of a functionally obsolete building because of the difficulty of the structure of the building. And when I think of beautiful structures on the Country Club Plaza, it's not one that comes to mind first. Can you help us understand why this one's identified as the entire building?
Yeah, Brad, I might ask you to take that. This is Brad Wolf, our Historic Preservation Administrator.
So when we were looking at the what would be character and contributing, one was just the age, obviously, and this is obviously well over 50 years old. There are a number of details on the building. I know it's obviously the massing of it makes it more of your typical department store, which was one of the early ones built here on the plaza that kind of went away from the model of multiple storefronts, 2 or 3 stories tall. So, but the reason we wanted to identify in particular, so nowhere in the MPD do we prevent demolition of these buildings. But if they're character contributed, we kind of want them treated in a certain way if they are proposing demolition. So like a salvage plan, maybe some of those decorative details can be reincorporated into a new building. But if we didn't have it identified that, then we wouldn't have any requirement that anything be salvaged at that point. So
Okay.
that was kind of one of our main concerns. We realize that you might have trouble reusing it in the future, but we wanted to at least salvage the materials that were distinctive. So
Helpful to know. And then we might have to look at plan conditions for this next part, and it might be a collaborative effort between staff members, but I wasn't thinking about it in that context, and I was thinking about the way that I had understood some of the character contributing facades previously, higher barrier to remove, modify, et cetera. And so I don't think the plans or the plan conditions currently specify under which context we should be considering whether a salvage plan needs to be considered or if the barrier for change is really high. Is that something that would need to be added, or does that already exist?
The salvage plan part is not a part of the conditions right now. The updates to the character contributing building map is.
Okay. Thanks. And then is it safe to assume that everything on this slide in red is there with that intent of this needs to be part of a salvage plan? Or are there any parts of this, for example, the tower on building I, where you want it to be viewed in a different lens of, no, not only do we think this should be salvaged, but we think it should be preserved, or the barrier for removal should be higher?
we did not differentiate that. I think obviously as preservation planner, I think they should be preserved, but and obviously some of those towers are very distinctive. But we don't have really any differentiation in the plan about that.
Okay. And then if during this meeting or, I imagine the applicant would like to gain, approval, but if it were to happen in this meeting or if it has to be continued, is there a degree of preference or interest on this page in terms of some are more valuable than others? And what I'm thinking of now, again, just trying to go through my mind, looking at examples, Lot A, you have a really steep grade change. And so I think of that facade as interesting, and I imagine a lot of it is sometimes a component of how the building or tenant, landlord or tenant has tried to work with the grade change. And so I'm trying to think about how easy it is for some things to be preserved and how interested a tenant or landlord in the future might be interested in changing it. And so do you all have kind of a ranking of what's most important on this page to least important?
We actually haven't differentiated that, no. I mean, obviously, there's some of the more original buildings that we would, like the Mill Creek building in Block D, and the Tower building that are some of the earliest and most significant buildings, but but the plaza obviously evolved over many decades, so there's a lot of periods of construction, so.
And then if we were trying to condition something to protect against a facade being left, but having no relationship to the building, the facadism you spoke of, what would a condition potentially look like?
I mean, we did have some language about facadism in there. I don't think we really decided exactly what that meant.
We haven't landed on.
And sort of complete answer for that, so,
But it's a solvable.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful for me. Does anyone else have any other questions at this time for staff before we continue? Okay.
I have
Thank
a
you.
question. I haven't really heard, is the plaza actually registered as a historic district?
No, it's not. So even though these guidelines obviously kind of recognize the historic nature, there's no formal listing.
So if they wanted to pursue that in the future, then this would be the time to ensure they keep some of those features so they could qualify.
Yeah, I mean, the owners are, of course, more than welcome to, look at national listing. Obviously, that could, for some of these buildings, really help preserve and use the tax credits for the rehab, so.
I'm surprised that it's not already a historic area.
Previous ownership were generally opposed to that, so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, to continue with the review criteria associated with the MPD plan, review criteria 2 talks about consistencies with the MPD provisions. So to qualify for an MPD plan, there are like goals and objectives that fit you into this criteria to be a good fit for this type of tool. And we see that this proposal meets 4 out of the 11 specific MPD objectives. So there's a wide range of things that could qualify a plan. These have a lot to do with, preservation and urban design and the mixed use nature of the district, which is really good. I think 4 out of 11 is quite impressive for an MPD plan. And again, these are all used to establish the urban design standards for this very important activity center with the unique architecture. And then the last review criteria for the MPD, it talks about the sufficiency of the conditions that are attached to the plan, making sure that it protects the public interest in the long term. So yes, we agree that the MPD is the right plan to, preserve and enhance the district. But at the last meeting, we talked about how we needed more time to work on the development plan and the deviations and the design guidelines to make sure that it is a proactive tool. As I mentioned before, we've seen great updates when it comes to the deviations that you can see identified in the staff report and in the conditions report, because the public does have a strong interest in like the ongoing development of this activity center. So all of the deviations identified and the recommendations identified by city staff are intended to protect that public interest and the long-term like enforcement and usability of the MPD plan as a whole. And now I'm shifting over to the development plan review criteria. I'm only going to address the 3 that highlight city staff's recommendation the best. The review criteria A again talks about compliance with the zoning and development code and coordination with any applicable city ordinances or plans, where we talk about the comprehensive plan and the area plan again. We've already addressed that, so I won't go over that again. but to leave with the other two being the vehicular ingress and egress of the site and making sure that is efficient and safe and appropriate for the proposal. As previously mentioned, there are a lot of streetscape recommendations associated with the design guidelines. This is, meant to traffic calm, to coordinate better traffic movement throughout the plaza, because sometimes it can get a little crazy. But their recommendations are, intended to make it more beautiful and more functional for that type of activity center. And then I also want to note that, yes, that these are recommendations, but when each final plan comes through for the buildings or the qualifiers that would trigger that MPD plan, then that's another opportunity for city staff to evaluate, if those existing roadways or streetscape improvements are appropriate for that particular project or site. So there's more space to coordinate those best features. Then we have review criteria F, which talks about the location, orientation, and architectural features of the proposal. We oftentimes talk about design and aesthetics and materials, and even like the massing of these buildings. Of course, the design guidelines are a major component of this proposal. And again, I want to reiterate that this is continuing to support the preservation or reuse of these significant buildings within the district, while the design guidelines ensure that any new development is going to complement what is already there. So it is a cohesive district. And that we see that the Country Club Plaza is surrounded by high-rise style buildings. So, continuing to coordinate with city staff about what these new height maximums should be and how the design guidelines aid in new development is going to make sure that everything is compatible together. So thus, city staff, we recommend approval subject to conditions. We heard public testimony on the 3rd, but we also encourage public testimony to be heard today as well. We had some public testimony received that was updated since the 3rd between now, which you would see in your staff report, but also some that came in yesterday, which will be updated for the city council packet, which will also be reviewed on Compass KC. So, just coordinating all of the multiple uploads and making sure that's all viewable on Compass KC. And that I also want to already acknowledge the conditions 19 and 20 that need to be removed from the conditions list. Something weird happened when the report was ran and it grabbed conditions from a completely different project. So those aren't even applicable to this case. So those need to be removed, 19 and 20. And if you need me to go into detail about some of the deviations, I also have slides prepared for that, but I'll wait for the commission to ask specific questions to get into it. That concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks. For starters, can you let us know if there was something new that was updated? What day was that updated? So that way we know what we reviewed.
The snapshot in time that you see right now in the staff report was submitted right before or right around the last hearing. And then, yes, we did get a new upload yesterday afternoon, which is not incorporated into this presentation or staff report due to
And
deadlines.
are there a lot of material changes?
I do not know yet.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Or from,
Is that something that the applicant is going to be presenting?
Yes.
So would it make sense to listen to that?
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely. Okay, then, so condition number 16, this was something that had been discussed quite a bit with public testimony, and so reads, the developer shall secure approval of an MPD final plan from the City Plan Commission prior to the issuance of a building permit for any of the following circumstances: 1, new building; 2, major facade change to a contributing building. Is that something where major addition to an existing building could easily be spelled out? So I'm thinking if, let's say, for example, a building that was character contributing, the applicant decided to build on top of it a story, 2 stories, is there a good way to define that in a way that's, not overbearing for the applicant, but ensures that if a 1-story or 2-story building became a 6-story building, that's something that would go through the public process?
So I think what you're more addressing is major amendments to an MPD plan, which has its own set of criteria. So whether or not, and it recently changed, whether it's like a 10% increase or a certain number of stories that is different from what is identified in the plan, then that would come back before CPC and City Council.
Great.
So sorry, I'm kind of trying to refresh my memory. I think we talked a little bit about it, or I talked a little bit about it last time regarding like plate size, right? Or, where the original amount was 30,000 or something like that square foot, whatever. And we talked about decreasing that to, right? Was that considered or not?
I
So it was like for any addition to a building over X amount of square foot would initiate a review process.
And so I think we're still talking about like 2 separate things here. So the MPD plan is a preliminary plan that
Yep.
outlines everything that's needed.
Yep.
All MPD plans require a final plan,
Yep.
which is more details for a specific site. Each MPD plan, when it comes in for its final, depending on like a final MPD plan is triggered by can be triggered by multiple things. Some projects, they do one for the entire district. Some do it by phases, some do it by each building. So condition 16 is identifying when those final plans are coming through. Because if a new tenant goes in and they're just like changing a sign and some glass, like that's not necessarily going to trigger a final MPD plan.
So I guess,
What you're referring to is more of if something is substantive, is changing from the design guidelines or the building height, would that trigger a more substantial change? And the threshold for what is triggering a major amendment has not been changed. So if a building is moving from 130 stories to 145, that would probably trigger a major amendment and come back before the CPC and City Council.
I guess what I'm saying is, could it not be added into this condition 16 for extra? It's a redundancy.
That if
That if the addition to a building is more than 10,000 square foot or whatever, it would trigger
MPD
final
plan.
MPD plan. That way we're double securing that.
Logistically, is it possible? Yes.
That's all I know. Thank you.
And then I have 2 more questions for staff at this time. One is, should the MPD be approved? Often applicants have a certain amount of time to begin work on a project. And with something that has many sites, how will that be measured and considered? So how long will this MPD continue to be in good standing if one site's developed but other sites aren't? Is that something that lasts 2 years or 10 years?
Yeah. Once a preliminary plan is vested, then it lives on, for in perpetuity, basically. And it's 4 years or 2 years. I'm trying to pull it up right now as fast as I can.
It's 4
It's
years.
4 years. Thank you, Sarah. That the property owners have to pull the first final plan to vest the project,
Okay. And
the
so
entire preliminary plan.
in theory, substantial work could begin on one site, and then so long as one plan reaches completion or one building reaches completion, are you saying that the rest of the MPD has vested and continues in perpetuity? Or if there was a period where 5 years where no action took place,
I would say the other part of that that is spelled out in the ordinance is that there needs to be an approved phasing plan and they need to be in conformance with the phasing plan.
Okay.
Phasing plans can be updated though. So as long as they are keeping their phasing plan up to date and we are more or less in conformance with that, or in compliance with the phasing plan, and one final development plan has been approved, then yes, there's not like an expiration date as long as those two things have.
Great.
Or
And so, and I imagine staff would come up with a phasing plan that is commensurate to other phasing plans we typically see. In terms of a site of this scale, I imagine they're not going to do all the work in the next, 2 to 4 years. But also it probably wouldn't be something that's stretched out beyond, I don't know, 12, 15 years.
The applicant is probably better positioned to speak to
Okay.
that.
And then, so in that instance then, because I think what would feel like a disservice to the city would be approving something where a project happens on one site, nothing happens for a decade or 15 years, then all of a sudden, things go forward. So is it typical though that staff would have a phasing plan that keeps things a little bit more tight and continuous?
The phasing plans are created by the applicant. So like we often can have, recommendations, like if a phasing plan seems like crazy and too long or too tight, we work with them, but that is often driven by the applicant's project plan.
And so on a site then, or on a project as large as this, which is, potentially over $1 billion of investment, is it is it responsible of this commission then to somehow condition that one couldn't build one building that is, a more modest investment, but then that solidifies an MPD indefinitely? I would think that we'd want some sort of, if there's not continued progress, whether it's the market or, whatever it might be, that there's some opportunity that a conversation needs to happen again and the public process needs to be gone through again if there's a decade of no movement.
The CPC can recommend that a more time-sensitive phasing plan be incorporated into this MPD.
Okay, maybe we'll look to the applicant for suggestions on what's reasonable. And then looking at the area described as D on, I'm not sure which page, but the page with the green highlighting. For the city and both staff and this commission, do we need anything in writing from a property owner that is not the applicant saying we're good with this?
We do have property owner consent for one of the buildings on that block.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for city staff at this time?
I have a question. If this applicant ends up selling the property to someone else, does this plan go to the new owner?
Yes. If the plan lives with the land, not with the property ownership.
If they wanted to come in and make changes, the new owner, we'd have to start all over again?
Depending on what the changes are, it would either be a major amendment, which would come before the CPC and the city council, or if they were minor enough, it would be approved by city staff.
And my last one is to confirm what I thought I just heard, which I thought I understood at the last meeting. Each one of the project numbers that will change in height has to come back before us to talk about the new height they're looking at?
If a building that is listed with a specific height on the plans right now exceeds what is listed, it could come back before the CPC and the city council. That there's, I have to pull up the exact triggers for how many stories they would have to add to what's identified right now to trigger a major amendment to come back before the group. I don't know if Sarah has it in front of her, whoever gets to it faster.
It would be, well, there are a number specifically about height, increasing the height of buildings by more than 5 feet for areas within 100 feet of the outer boundaries of the MPD, or by more than 15 feet in other areas. Increases in height often sometimes can trigger one of these other criteria would be increasing more than 10% of the total floor area is another criteria, or increasing gross residential density by more than 2%.
One of those items would trigger it.
That would be considered a major change that would need to be amended in the preliminary development.
Right.
plan.
I'm just saying like just one of those items
Mhm.
would, okay. Thank you.
So can we convert that description to actual stories? So if they go from 3 and they want to go to 5, does that fit in those numbers you just gave me?
Probably, yes, because a floor would be more than 5 feet.
Okay.
I think, and maybe the confusion is when we were shown the presentation, there was quite a few buildings that were shown much taller. If this were to get recommended for approval, this would not, they would still have to bring all of those in again through us. Or
e-
no, or does that set this new height because so that's what I'm saying. I think that's what we're trying to get at is by recommending approval for this, some of those heights are already preset, meaning they wouldn't have to come back for that.
It sets the building maximum, but a brand new building would come through to CPC for a final plan.
I think our major concern, or I should speak for myself, would be those existing buildings that they want to add to.
The new height maximum would
Yeah.
be whatever's identified, and the final plan would come through CPC. And so if you approve this height maximum, then they could submit a proposal for up to that height.
I think maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves right now. I almost want to hear from the applicant and see what has been revised, and then we can kind of, at least that's my thought at this
I want
point.
to understand what the guidelines have been written for them, to know how they've
Gotcha.
tried to adhere to those suggestions.
Are
That's
we,
why I was asking that.
sorry, are we changing the overall height or just specific buildings? 'Cause I thought it was just specific buildings. So we wouldn't be changing the overall height.
Specific buildings that are on the outer
Right. Okay.
perimeter of what we call the bowl.
Right. Okay.
What we saw 2 weeks ago essentially requested that certain lots, I think it might
Right,
be
yeah.
D and whatever,
Yeah.
adjusted the height requirements, which we would have approved or recommended approval,
Right.
right, is my understanding. If that happened, they would not have to come back through us to have
Well,
those
the same
buildings
higher.
at those heights, which is already higher than what is
Right. Yeah,
allowed.
okay.
Yeah, the project would still be reviewed, but in theory, it shouldn't be, revisions to the project wouldn't be about the height of the
Correct.
building so long as it's under the established height.
Exactly. So in order to trigger the review for the height, that's the question.
Right.
Other questions for staff at this time? All right, well then we will welcome the applicant, and I want to begin,
Yeah, one more that I interrupted you on?
no, thank you though, I
Okay.
appreciate it.
Sounded like he had another one.
Before we pass things over to the applicant, I want to just state that we had, at the last meeting, discussed a few things that we were hoping to hear when the applicant came back. And so one was talking about getting a better sense of these heights. Because right now, for some of us on the commission, it's a number that's hard to understand. And so we were hoping for some perspectives that could help us get a better sense of what this is, especially from a ground level. We talked about the impacts of how a setback might affect, for example, the shadow that's cast. And that's something that's very difficult for me to understand without more information. And then we had 9 members of the public speak at that time, and all of them had mentioned height. And so we had talked about, is there an opportunity to reconsider the heights of the properties identified? So those were some of the main things that we had expected to hear back. And thank you all for, going through this process in a unique way where We're going through a couple iterations. So with that, we'll pass things over to the applicant.
Thank you. Good morning, commissioners. I want to just start out by saying, as Anna pulls up the slides, we have worked very diligently over the last 2 weeks on responding to what not only we heard when we were before you all a couple weeks ago, but also the community. Chris was meeting with stakeholders even as of yesterday. So we think this additional time has been beneficial, not only as we have collaborated with city staff and tried to make changes in real time, but also listen to the community and try to respond to those. We think we're being very thoughtful here. We have taken a very thoughtful approach since we bought the plaza. We do that across our portfolio. And so those changes just took time to continue to tweak and fine tune moving forward. So with that, I will get started here. I'm not going to go through every slide within the presentation because some of them are duplicative from last time. I want to be respectful of time today. But here today, again, I am Dustin Bullard with Gillen Property Group, Chris Herron as well with Gillen Property, Roxanne Koch with Postinelli, and Jim McClure as well here at the table with us today. So Commissioner Enders, this is what we felt like we heard last time. Questions on process, traffic, shade, height, and then we'll step through what we're calling our refinements. So work that we've done, again, acknowledging that we did submit a refinement proposal yesterday. So on the process, and I think we've already had some conversations about this and we can get into it, but I wanted to kind of highlight the way that we look at this as it goes from what exists today and then what we believe we worked with staff on with this. So we do have a lot of tenant finish out. This was mentioned earlier, I believe with Brad or Gerald, but we are moving tenants in and out. We are making storefront changes that exist today. Those are just building permit kind of processes. We believe that should work as it exists today, going through an administrative review. Renovations and restorations, again, similar. The design guidelines at MPD, though, are stipulating major facade changes do need to conform with the design guidelines. And so we hope that language that we have put in there works and is in agreement with staff, moving to a final development plan that would then go to CPC, right? And then any new development, which we had that conversation earlier, and we can speak through direct language there. So wanted to kind of highlight that. Those are kind of the differences that we see within there. And then this one is, Jim, do you want to cover this really quick?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we're saying all new buildings and new facades, so when we're doing a major change to a facade or any new building, it's coming back and going through the normal process a final development plan would go through. So that's us refining our plans, filing an application, working with staff to review and get their recommendation, all of the 88505 requirements, all the notices, all of the things that would normally be applicable are being done. We're then coming to CPC for a hearing. And then, if we get denied, then there's the appeals that go through. Or if we get conditions, then those can be appealed up to council. If they do get appealed to council, it goes through a standard process, introduction, assignment to a committee with another public hearing, and then for a final vote.
So the gap that I was trying to make sure that we didn't create was that major facade change would include not only a brand new building, but an addition to a facade. So if you are adding facade that did not exist because you were adding square footage or feet, that would be considered either new development or major facade change. And so it sounded like because there's no special now deviation here, that the normal process would imply, yes, it's going to go through this process. Okay, thanks.
Yep. And then Commissioner Arkin, just to kind of clarify, one point you brought up in yours was last time we had talked about like 8,000 square feet being a staff level review. And then if it got over 40,000 square feet, then it would come before the commission. We've gotten rid of all of that portion. If we're coming with a new building or a major facade change, we're coming back for a public hearing before this board. So the only staff level reviews are the building permit or restorations, which are by the code normally done at a staff level review.
Which essentially, I mean, if you're adding to it, there's facade change, which, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
traffic. So at a high level, we are interested in having a very efficient flow of traffic in and around Country Club Plaza. We are a shopping district, a mixed use district. Snarling traffic is quite frankly detrimental to the plaza. So at a high level, the design guidelines set aspirational goals for that vehicular traffic. Again, we fit into a much broader context within the city. We are kind of a nexus point for a lot of things. So we do believe that there are ways, and that's what you see in the design guidelines, there are ways to reduce some of the pavement widths throughout the plaza that are currently associated with vehicular traffic and provide those back to other uses, sidewalk space, pedestrian space, things of that nature. So that's really what we're trying to set through those guidelines. We also know, and we see this across the country, as you begin to add additional uses, residential, office, and hotel within mixed use districts like this, you can and will reduce vehicular short trips, right? If you are in an office and you have a quick, convenient place to go walk to grab lunch, you're not getting in your car. So that in itself helps with that kind of traffic within there. And then slowing vehicular speeds during non-peak hours is very important to us. And that is something that we have heard through the community over and over again, is that the speed of traffic in non-peak times can be a little out of sync for a pedestrian area. So just wanted to kind of give you kind of high level there on the traffic. Again, as we look at final development plans, TIAs or traffic impact studies would be a part of that process and would come through the normal review process established by the city. So shade. One of the things I think as we went back after our last meeting and we really started looking at shade, and I have some renderings here to show you some shade studies. But one of the things that we realized is the design guidelines and our intent is to add a lot of street trees throughout the plaza. So the plaza today does not have much shade as a pedestrian walking because you do not have an urban or established tree canopy. So it's important for us to begin adding those trees, adding that greenery, and providing all the benefits that that canopy will provide. And so as we look at that, any new building height will be required again to go through final development plan process. And if desired by staff or you all, detailed shade studies can be conducted during that process and that time as buildings are refined later on. Here is an example though of, this is at Wyandotte and Nichols to give you a sense of where we are. To the right is the theater building. To the left is currently Rally House or the 211 block. So this is as it exists today. This is a fall 9 a.m. shot. We have added the street trees there you can see. And then you can see here with a potential building on that 211 block, again with ground floor retail and the trees, you do see shadow beginning to, I don't know if this will work, you can begin to see some shadow being casted back here.
Can you toggle back?
Yeah, I was gonna say, can you go back and forward?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we can
So this is before. We good?
Mhm.
This is after. Before and after. That's 9 a.m. in the fall.
How many stories is that after? On the left.
Chris.
It's like 7 additional stories.
At least it's kind of off the top of the page there.
Okay.
This would be fall in the afternoon or evening around 5 o'clock. Or after.
right there. I know that's an example, right? But like we're missing the tall building that is gonna be at the end of the street.
Right, because what,
Understood.
yeah, what he's saying is one of the proposals would have been there was a
We won't see that.
building further back.
Right.
We can pull additional imagery or work through the model. So refinement here. And I think this speaks to a lot of what we heard from staff earlier. So a couple things I wanted to highlight here, and I think we've talked through this morning. Additional height is really in our mind only, or not in our mind, but is on 5 of the 15 blocks, and those are kind of on the edges of the plaza. We have put significant additional controls relating to building form, building materiality, and other items within the MPD and within the design guidelines. And we'll step through some of that. We're certainly happy to jump into the weeds. But we would like to think that we've incorporated a lot of the comments from staff over the last 2 weeks. And then the MPD, and we talked already about character contributing facades and vertical elements. We agree with that. As I said last time, our mission is to preserve, enhance, and evolve this place. I learned a new phrase over the last 2 weeks, which is facadism. That is not something I was familiar with. That is not the way that we approach projects. So we were happy to include language in there that prevented facadism. That is not our intention. That is not how we approach projects. And we are in full agreement with staff that that is an inappropriate way to treat these facades. So we've incorporated additional city staff comments on the facadism. We've added additional character contributing facades. We can speak through that. I have an updated map. Clarification on applicability of the design guidelines and final development plan. I think we've talked through that. And we have worked with staff on plan conditions and deviations. We have also submitted reduction in overall height request on 3 of the blocks. And so there's an 11% reduction on the Mill Creek block. There is I'm having a hard time reading. There's a 40% reduction in height on the Swanson block, which we'll get into, and 11% on the 211 and the Halls block.
Instead of doing it as percentage, can you give us what the...
I've got that in the next slide. Okay. So here was the initial height plan that was submitted. 150 feet on block F, 150 feet on block M. I also want to highlight, and we can talk through step backs and some of the FAR controls as well that have been updated. But again, on block M, we are really just looking at height, the way that this works with the setbacks and everything else, just in that kind of flesh tone box there. It is not the entire block. It is just a portion thereof, that block. And so I think that's helpful. Also going back to your building verticality there. And then we had 200 feet on the 211 or the Swanson block, 200 feet there on block J, and 200 feet on the Mill Creek block, all initial request. And everything else stays as is. I do want to make sure that that is fully understood and highlighted.
Can you remind us what the figure would be for E?
The height for E was set several months ago, and that is 275.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. So this is the updated height request as submitted. Again, block F, maintaining at 150 feet. We do believe, and we've talked to staff and we heard that today, we do think given the relationship of the height on block E, that 150 feet, a modest increase over what it is today, is a good transition point from that height coming back down and fits contextually there. Again, block M maintaining at 150 feet, a reduction on block O to 178 feet, a significant reduction on block J from 200 feet to 120 feet, and then 178 foot at the Mill Creek block.
And staff, just for clarity, right now, those are at 45 feet, correct?
So this is an updated character contributing facade and tower that we have added based on conversations with staff. I think this very much aligns with what we heard from long-range planning, Gerald and Brad's teams. The only caveat here, and we had conversations on F, I think that we have had very open dialogue on block F, that building is very difficult to repurpose. I think we mentioned that when we were in front of you 2 weeks ago. We are happy to work with staff on a salvage plan if that building is demolished. I think we had a concern on calling that character contributing that in Commissioner Enders, I think you had a similar comment earlier. What rises to this level and what does that mean? And so that's important to us to try to not create confusion. And if we are saying these are the items that we want to protect and say these are the best of the best, that was our intention within this map, is to say this really rises to something that we want to protect, enhance, and ensure stays there. We did add block K, and the Commerce Bank area up there as well. And then also the corner of Block A, which aligns with staff. And I think those are most of them.
Flip to the next slide.
And would you mind if I interrupted you here and to get a staff reaction
Sure.
to this? So Brad and Gerald, would you kind of give us some real-time feedback? You know, obviously, you know, of course, L is something that you had identified. Does this feel like it's a meaningful step in the right direction, but not enough? Or it is the compromise you're hoping to seek?
Yeah, obviously they have added.
Brad, you need to come to the microphone.
Yeah, they have added a number of the facades we recommended, so that is actually very good to see. I think there's still, Block L would be one of those ones that I think we definitely would want to see something in terms of preservation, in particular, the west end of it, I think is what we had identified in the, as one of the older buildings with a tower feature. But we might need, yeah, we can spend some time with this too, but we are happy to see the additions of the facade, so.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, L was an example that the applicant provided last time with talking about the degradation of the historic facade. And so they showed us what it looked like at one time and I would have deemed that as more character contributing than the current state of it. And so in that sense, I guess I just kind of assumed the best in that their expressed intent of improving the facade back to something again was meaningful enough, and that then we'd be allowing the applicant to do it in a way they deem fit, as opposed to saying, let's go back to this specific point in time. I don't know if you happen to have seen those slides or that
Yeah,
part.
yeah, no, we did see those
Okay.
slides, and I do realize that it has changed a lot, but a lot of the features are actually still there. I mean, some have been painted, obviously, which is not great, but not, doesn't necessarily mean the decorative terracotta can't be stripped and salvaged or reused, so.
Yeah, I guess I do have a question about, because I mean, the recommendation from the previous presentation was to bring it back kind of to its original.
And I imagine
And-
if you don't have it as character contributing, you can, you know, do it in a way that you think is going to be best, as
So-
opposed to having a prescribed
Yeah.
state to bring it back to.
So, I mean, it would still fall within the guidelines, so they would still have to follow that Spanish
Yes.
Mediterranean style, so it wouldn't be anything.
I see.
It would
Okay.
just, it could be a completely different design, though.
Yes.
Yes.
Understood.
Thank you very much.
An additional thing that we've worked on, and this is in the chart, and we talked through this the last time we were before you all, commissioners, and this goes back to setbacks from preserved facades. So that is one of the regulatory items as you begin to look at the blue lines. Those are associated, and the towers as well. Those are associated with additional development controls that step back any new development or any building or structure around those to give those breathing rooms and allow prominence. And so the red here begins to highlight what was changed, and those were all increases or additions, adding new things that begin to set those additional development controls. And then the FAR thing, which we'll also get into above that 45-foot datum. So I wanted to kind of talk through again a little bit more of the refinement on a block by block basis, because I know it can be difficult to read through these maps. But again, on block M, really kind of zoning in on what that 150-foot building footprint looks like. So a height of 150 feet, the step back above 45 feet, 20 feet along Nichols, 10 feet along Pennsylvania, and then above 45 feet an FAR of 3.5. Chris will go into that. Actually, is this where you? No. Okay. And then preservation of the character contributing facades and elements of the time building, all indicated there with the blue notion. Block F, which we talked through, which is the former Sears building. Again, 150 feet. Build to line at the existing building line. A step back above 75 feet, as was mentioned earlier. That building exists today above 45 feet. It's roughly 78. But we've set within the criteria here. Once you hit 75 feet, You then are required to have a 20-foot setback along Nichols, 10 on Pennsylvania, 10 on Jefferson, and then above the 45-foot datum, an FAR of 4. Active ground floor use at street level, and again, agreeing to work with staff on identifying architectural elements to salvage. We do think that's important, and we do agree there are elements within that structure on the exterior that are worthy of salvage.
You guys, sorry, if you jump back quickly, just, you guys mentioned kind of like a wedding cake step back,
Yeah.
right? So after 75 feet, you're saying step back, is there another threshold where they have to step back again?
So the FAR would control that above that 45-foot datum. So the FAR reduces, so that's going to require the building to go up.
Understood.
And Chris has a couple slides that he'll jump into after this. This is Block O, original request of 200 feet, updated request of 178 feet. Build 2 line at the existing building line. This is the 211 block. Step back above 45 feet, 20 feet along Nichols, 10 on Central, 10 on Wyandotte. And again, above 45 feet, FAR of 5. New active ground floor uses along Ward Parkway. One of the things that we see in this development block, and I think we talked through this last time, we think it's very important that Ward Parkway is better engaged and has active ground floor uses. As it exists today, this is not active along Ward Parkway. This block, it is just a parking structure and kind of blank facade. So we do think that that is a very important addition and the corner condition at Ward and Wyandotte. Block J, original request of 200 feet, reduction to 120 feet. The build 2 line at the existing building line, the step backs here above 45 feet, 10 on Wyandotte, 10 on Baltimore, and again, an FAR as well. And then you see character contributing facades and vertical elements within this structure and a significant, movement away from Geralda Tower. Mill Creek, we have heard a lot of conversations around Mill Creek. We agree that these are very special and very important properties and structures. So we worked with staff. I will note on this slide, the character contributing vertical element, which is a tower at the Commerce Bank corner, just did not make it onto this slide, but is actually in the presentation, in the submittal. And you saw that earlier. I just wanted to highlight that. Step backs, again, here above 45 feet, 10, 10, and then the FAR as well. A step back here from the character contributing facade increased to 20 feet at this block, which was a comment that we heard from staff, and I believe even potentially some of you last time. We were asked to provide some sections and look at height. I'm going to go and turn it over to Chris, so you don't just have to listen to me today. And Chris will jump through a few more slides and then Jim.
Thanks, Dustin. You may want to listen to Dustin more than me, I don't know. But jumping into this is a cross-section of Country Club Plaza looking from west to east across this section. There's 2 red line datum levels. The lower datum is generally aligned with the time block that you can see there in the foreground left-hand side. And then the upper datum is generally aligned with the 211 block. And so that's roughly 150 feet on the left and about 178 feet on the right. And you can see some of the landmarks that we're all familiar with around the Country Club Plaza. 46 Penn in there, Valencia Tower in there, and the American Century buildings over on the right. So that's just for some context and reference looking from west to east.
And then in the middle of the screen, I'm having a hard time making out
And that's
the
really hard to
buildings
see.
in the middle. Are any of those south of Brush Creek?
None of the buildings on here are south of Brush Creek.
Great,
We have we have some additional sections we'll go through that show the
A lot higher over there, yeah.
yeah. And these are again measured from the street in these sections. And so this is now looking with west with buildings south on the left and buildings north on the right. And so again, here you've got Alameda condos and Soulgrave on the left. In the center, you actually have the potential density on the Seville West site at 275 feet. And then again, Valencia Tower, 46 Penn, and others on the right. We've provided 2 additional sections after this that kind of show Brush Creek as a datum point, as a 0 datum point. And so this shows the height relative to that datum point rather than height of building relative to its specific grade. And so not a whole lot more to review here, just some additional context. All right, we can go to the next slide.
Back to
Sure.
slide.
2 slides?
So just for clarity, everything in the foreground, kind of in the bowl, we'll call, is kind of within our,
Speak into the microphone.
oh, sorry. Everything in the, it's kind of in the center low point in the foreground is basically plaza level stuff. It's hard to,
Yes. Yes, sir.
okay. Yep, so the little bit, the lighter buildings, let's say.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, you can keep going.
Great. This is a slide where I wanted to take a quick moment to explain how the different zoning elements of height, setbacks, and FAR all work together to inform the buildable volume on a particular site. We've taken the site at the 211 garage as an example. It roughly has a land area of 58,000 feet. And so you can see in the box on the top right, the different zoning elements there where we have a total FAR that is capped at 6. We have an FAR above the 45-foot datum that's capped at 5. And we have the suggested height cap at 178 feet, and then the respective setbacks on the adjacent streets. There's 3 different cases on here that show 3 different possibilities of how these different zoning elements work in tandem to inform what the building can be. So on the far left is a building that fills out the entirety of what is available to build on each successive floor plate and is then capped out at its FAR limit of 6 once you reach about 6.5 or 7 floors with a reduced program on the 7th floor. The building in the middle seeks to maximize the available height and then maximize the floor plates with up to the FAR limit of 6. And what you can see that does is that reduces the footprint of the building to about 40% of the available land area in order to maximize that height. Then on the third iteration, we have the introduction of some parking in the podium that's much like the garage that's there today. You have some retail program on the base. And then what you have rising above that is roughly 8 floors of program at about 36,000 feet that actually hits the FAR cap above the 45-foot limit before it reaches the height limitation. And so this starts to show kind of how these things work in tandem with one another to inform the massing and provide a palette for additional articulation and interest within the building on the footprint of the site.
I'm going to ask questions as this happens, just so that we're not, so option number 1, so we've set back, is that the 10-foot setback? Would the next tier not have to set back another 10 foot?
It would not. There's a single setback above 45 foot that's indicated at 20 foot along Nichols and then 10 foot on the secondary streets east and west of the building.
So once you've made that first step back, you don't have to step back again?
That is correct. There's not a.
That might be something we want to consider.
So unless you run out of square foot.
Right,
Square
yeah,
footage,
square foot.
which is kind of what happens.
Yeah, so you have your step back that way.
Right.
We might want to talk about potentially tiering it where you have, but I'll move on. Next one, tall building. Okay. Because of the way that this is built, would this allow for a twin building to be built on this site?
No.
No. Okay. Just want to make it clear because this footage, you know, you're allowing, if it's a disconnected building, you want to make sure that you're not.
The FAR limit of 6 has been reached with this
For
building.
that whole
For the whole,
zone.
for the whole site.
Perfect. Okay. That is all I had.
I think I have a question. I'm looking at the street that says Ward Parkway. And I don't always focus in on addresses and that type of thing, but I was on the plaza last night and the garage that I got into when I came out by, I think it was Charlie Hustle. That sound right?
Does.
So is this an example of that garage where you're saying other things you could do to the height of that stretch of the block number? Because I don't know what block number it is.
So Charlie Hustle is presently on 47th, west
Ward
of,
Parkway, so I gave you the wrong name.
oh, okay. Sorry about that.
Maybe Rally House.
Rally House.
Rally House?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, so Rally House is 2 blocks west of here, but a similar condition. Well, we have Rally House on both of those
Yeah.
blocks. Rally House on Ward Parkway is 2 blocks.
There's two, yeah.
blocks
If you were on Ward Parkway, though, you were further west.
I was before you get to Drummond, whatever it is, and Grand Paloon.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
where you were.
But
Yep.
that helps me get around.
Mhm.
So, but
Yeah.
that's the garage concept that you're talking about? No?
That is one of the garages. That is the 420 garage and the time garage that's been built in probably 3 or 4 iterations that requires some level of refurbishment or reconsideration. And it is block,
I'm confused though, is we're
Yes.
talking about retail on the street
yes.
and then we have parking. So then would you come in and do offices or whatever if you were to add height?
That is
I
correct.
Yes,
think
ma'am.
that's what I'm trying to clear
Yes.
up in
Yeah.
what you're saying.
Yes,
Okay.
in the stacking diagram on the far right here, that is an example of where we would have program on the base of the building and probably some parking and certainly parking entrances and exits. And then we would have parking on the second level and third level before additional program of office or residential begins. So yes,
I was
that,
thinking on that.
that's what
makes
that
sense.
is
Okay.
attempting to depict.
Thank you.
We'll move on. This is the time block here, and these are, again, 2 weeks' time. These are quick iterations of just some additional thoughts on how we would begin to approach some of the architecture and design of some of these buildings. I would call it one more step within concept, so none of these should be taken literally. But again, just more thoughts on design here. We can go through these. We've got a couple more in here just on how we may approach this and some of the, how we would address some of the design guidelines on some of the additional density. And then we'll pause here for a second. We've got a couple of views of just some of the density dropped into certain views from streetscape. This is entering the plaza from the east side. You see Geralda Tower there at 47th and Mill Creek, with some of the density on the left and the right being proposed presently. And then if we go to the next slide, this is Warnell facing north, Raphael in the foreground on the right, and some of the proposed density on the time block on the left, with the tower kind of center screen. And then I will hand it over.
That was north of Rush Creek? When you mentioned Raphael, that's the north side of Rush Creek? or
This is standing south of Brush Creek, looking north. With, so just south of Raphael. So you're seeing Raphael right there in the foreground on the right.
It's Warnell Road, right?
Yes, this is
Yes.
Warnell looking north. Very good. And I'll hand it over to Jim for some additional explanations.
Awesome, wonderful. So these are changes to the conditions that we're proposing. I think the first few should be shouldn't be too big of a deal. The first one being a clarification to the condition, which I believe is 12, and today would have been a really helpful day to wear my glasses. So I'll do this from memory. Condition 12 saying that we're going to include both the uses as well as the lots and building standards on the face of the plan. They're both there. It's just a clarification. I don't believe staff has an issue with that proposed change. The next one is changes to conditions 19 and 20, which staff also addressed as a inadvertent pull in from unrelated to this development, which is related to the Jack Henry building. Condition 25 is related to the Parks Department, and it's essentially when we are coming and grabbing permits and getting approvals from Parks, and we're saying to do that when we're getting a certificate of occupancy for buildings along Parks jurisdictional streets, since we have buildings that are both along Parks jurisdictional streets and non-Parks jurisdictional streets. So it's just to try and hammer in and kind of narrow down that Parks related comment to the ones that would be applicable to. Condition 26 is related to when we do parkland dedications. This is to allow credits where we are preserving and giving open space throughout the district. It's not just when we bring one final development plan. We can bring those and get credits throughout the district when we do dedications or parklands or open space, courtyards, that sort of stuff throughout the plaza. The next one is related to street tree parking, and that is to when we actually come to do the reconstruction in those public spaces is when we'll go through and bring a street tree plan. So just adjust the timing of when we actually bring those street trees, the street tree plans throughout the district, so it's specific to those areas. And then condition 31 is related to water services, and it's saying that we're going to essentially follow the rules and regulations, and then we say we're going to do any upgrades we're needing to do for new buildings. We've worked quite a bit with staff, water services, on both the sub-infrastructure, what is the current capacity, what needs to be increased to service the existing buildings, and then what may be needed for our new buildings. And so we anticipate there will be agreements that the city and the applicant will be entering into. And so it's to say when we bring a new building and it's subject to those conditions of those agreements. So those are the proposed changes to the conditions.
That concludes our presentation. We're open for questions.
Great, thank you so much. I want to start by again inviting the staff for representing Long Range Plan Historic Preservation Team to kind of respond now that we had a really great presentation on the way that height will be impacted by setbacks and FAR. Can you all give us a reaction to that presentation? And if you need more time on it, that's also okay.
I think that's my overall reaction is we just need more time to sit down, and I wouldn't want to offer some knee-jerk reaction to this. So we're going to have some time to look it over and think about it, and maybe have some additional discussions with the applicant as well. I think some of this is a move in the right direction, but I think we're still pretty far apart on the ideas we had for building heights, and they have come down on building heights somewhat. And some of the blocks we didn't even ask for reductions in building height in, and others that we did, but we're still, I think, quite a bit of difference of opinion about what the right building height is for those three kind of blocks along Nichols in particular. So
Understood. Thank you. Do we have a sheet available or an updated sheet of building height that does show the change of on J and M, how the height being requested is only for a part of the site, not the entire site? And then if we can locate that, great, because that seems like a very substantive change. And then I want to run through, before turning it over to other commissioners, I want to run through a few other thoughts that were brought up by staff about the long range, or from the long range team. So staff had talked about character contributing buildings, the threshold for review being 10% as opposed to 30%. Personally, it's hard for me to understand the difference between the two, and I'm fine with 30%, but do you all have a reaction to that thought process or request?
Yeah, so we've actually, in ours, we've reduced that from 30% to 20%. So we did make a step towards them. in that and reducing the amount, and again, as staff stated, eliminating the storefront portion of that from that calculation.
Similarly, staff was interested in greater restrictions on ground floor uses.
We received those comments from staff and have made some adjustments with the exception to allow accessory uses. For example, like you could have storage and self-storage being for an apartment complex. It may end up being on the ground floor, but the idea is not to have a self-storage unit, but if we're doing it as an accessory use to an apartment building needing storage spaces for our tenants, that may be needed as an accessory use. But I think we've generally incorporated the comments from staff on the use restrictions with that in mind.
And then staff identified that there are lots of suggested or there's language that suggests things, non-committal words like consider. Do you all have any response reaction to that? Is that something that you think with another read through it can be strengthened, or are you pretty firm with the way it reads today?
We've tried to incorporate some of that language in the last round that we submitted yesterday within there. And so we're happy to continue that conversation and tweak as needed. The intention there is to provide guardrails and guidelines, but also not be so prescriptive that we have unintended consequences moving forward collectively as a team.
And then I believe I saw you nodding your head in agreement when staff talked about a survey of character contributing public gathering spaces and public art. So that seems like something you all are supportive of.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up. I meant to mention that. We are very supportive of working with staff. I think they had asked for a 12-month horizon to conduct in partnership with our team an inventory of public artwork, fountains, and other significant elements within the rights of ways. And we are very supportive of that and happy to work with staff on that and committed to ensuring that those stay out there. I think I mentioned previously in our meeting, we also have additional artifacts and art that were on the plaza that have been removed over the years, and we're interested in finding ways to bring those back to view within the public space.
Great, thank you. All right, other questions for the applicant?
Didn't see on the plans, but I know that for years people have been talking about probably closing one of the streets in the plaza and make it use not just for people walking. Is that part of the? I didn't see on the plan, but just want to make sure that it's on record. Is that part of the plan or?
Currently, we do not have plans or recommendations to close any street to vehicular traffic right now. We've looked at long range ideas, and we've talked to a lot of people in the community. I know those conversations started long before we purchased or were involved with Country Club Plaza. We currently do not believe that that is the right action today. We have worked with staff and had conversations, though, in the design guidelines within their street recommendations have identified several streets that potentially could be flex streets or closed at certain times if that were the will of the community.
Can you pull up the height diagram again? Because I think in our staff report, it's still the old one, right?
It was the one submitted for this
Right.
public hearing.
Yeah.
Want to look at theirs?
Yeah, yes, yep.
Perfect.
God, you saw what I did.
Okay, so reducing J from what was originally 200 to 120, right?
Correct.
And pulling it back from.
And pulling it back from
47th.
Yep.
And I want to answer, I don't mean to interrupt you,
Yeah,
Commissioner Arkin, but I do want to follow up on a question that Commissioner Enders asked. about the way that this is portrayed in the submittal. And Anna and I were just looking at the submittal. I do think there can be some line work changes to further clarify, like on block M, where we have shown the shade here. There should be a better delineation with some line work. And so, yeah.
So basically, we're saying that that plate is the only area on that would be able to go up to the 150.
Yes.
Yeah, those, for me, those two changes are incredibly
Yeah.
impactful and meaningful because of one of the other things, and
Sightlines.
yeah, we'll hear from the public again, but sightlines are very important down Broadway and 47th.
And we think that breathing room is very important for the plaza and the buildings around there. So we were just looking at the plans, and that's a tweak that can easily be accomplished.
And just to be clear, because it's here, the building E at 275, that's already where it's at?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, just wanted to kind of compare side to side.
So since we're on this particular slide, and I'm looking at Ward Parkway when it comes to the traffic, are we being unrealistic to think we can slow that down? That's a major connection for folks to go to Ward Parkway or over to Kansas. I can't visualize another route that people would take to get to the west side for those connections. So are we really being realistic on calming that traffic?
I believe, and perhaps someone from Public Works can speak to it, but I believe south of Brush Creek is being updated, modified so that it can accommodate westbound traffic. Currently, it's one way in front of the public library. And I don't know the impact that would have, but it would potentially relieve a lot of the westbound traffic that currently goes on Ward Parkway to the north of Brush Creek.
I'm hearing you say there's a street plan that would change those two entities. Okay, so I guess that answers my question of it being realistic. Okay.
Other questions for the applicant at this time?
I do. I'm just hearing and don't get alarmed and throw your hands up in the air. Most of what I'm hearing is office, retail, residential. Is there any entertainment factors that you're looking at bringing back to the plaza?
Yes, I think within the greater context of retail, we look at both soft goods, food and beverage, entertainment, and other subcategories that we kind of put underneath the retail umbrella.
I think that would be good for the community to hear how you're categorizing entertainment possibilities. So thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I mean, and that lot H is still going to be the green, like plaza.
That's correct. I did not cover block H. We did not make any
Right. Yeah.
substantial changes, but block H, the Plaza Central block, we still plan on that becoming a public open space with some additional retail, restaurants, food and beverage surrounding it.
It's gonna be a new building, or you keeping the?
So on that block, we would, that's one of the oldest garages currently on the plaza and has passed its useful life. If you've been in there, it's a little challenging sometimes to park even. So we believe that garage needs to be rebuilt, capped with a public open space plaza on the plaza, as we call it, and then a few small buildings that fit within the character under 45 feet or at 45 feet on that site.
I've been seeing a lot of communications online and stuff. Given the scale of the project, I know TIF has been coming up quite often, and there's community concerns around that. So I'm just wanting to understand the financial structure of this project, the benefits to the public, and then also what protections we have for taxpayers and also the schools.
Maybe I would address that, Roxanne Koch with Pulsinelli. Again, we have a whole process that we go through with regard to the tax increment financing and the financing plan. The tax increment financing plan did go through the public hearing process through the Tax Increment Financing Commission. It will come before the city council before it's finally approved. And so there could be potentially any additional changes there. We also are making our way through a process with the Port Authority of Kansas City, Missouri, and also working with the school district on what that might mean and the impact that may be to the taxing jurisdictions. So we're also going through that process. And so we'll plan to have those full discussions during those appropriate hearing times.
And then I'm pretty sure they'll have a conversation about this, but just making sure that this for the record as well, that we have measures in place for holding people accountable, or, making sure that we're meeting the projections, and if they underperform, that's accounted for. So just for the record.
Can you, because I believe this is going to be something that comes up here in a minute, could you potentially provide an explanation? So we've reduced heights, right? Which could potentially look arbitrary, across the board. Can you explain how you derived at the new heights that you guys came to, especially the two, 176, rather than just matching the 150 or, going down to the 120? I think that would be helpful just to hear, maybe before we get into the
Yeah.
next portion of this.
Great question. Chris, do you want to handle that?
Yeah, sure. Briefly, it's simply a slight reduction in program at the margin. And so when we approached kind of total density on the plaza, we've looked at a range that has kind of a low end and a high end that could be residential and office, and we plan for it to be a mix of both of those with hospitality. And so really what we think we've done with this move is we've taken down the high end of that range while putting a little bit more pressure on us to achieve that low end of the range to achieve thesis.
So it's safe to say this is, as a whole, the plaza density, right? Not just per lot. So I guess my question is would it, just going to throw the idea out there, would it make sense to drop those two heights and add, instead of a 45 height max, a 55 or 65 height max on another plot, so that it lowers the overall max, but still can bring, plays with the average, let's call it. So you're still getting the density that you're talking about while still maintaining the tiered bowl where it's really coming down, rather than having some at 176, because there's a pretty stark difference between 176 and 120. Is that what, right there? So yeah, maybe can you
Sure.
lend some
I think some of the thought that's gone into this is related to the commercial feasibility of doing a particular development on a single block. And so it's balanced with the variable of doing 5 of these blocks that we've identified with additional density. If you add a 6th or a 7th or an 8th where you try to spread density more, it becomes more challenging from a private capitalization standpoint, from a building standpoint, from a phasing standpoint of construction in and around the plaza.
And I think that's helpful to hear. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear. It's understand. I mean, rather than spreading it out, you're locating it in one area, so you're not shutting down.
Yeah. Our attempt to handle some of those concerns are again with some of the setbacks, so that as this density rises, it's pulled back from the pedestrian experience and less impactful to that overall pedestrian experience.
And like we discussed in that diagram you guys showed with the step backs on, which are, in my opinion, are more, I'm looking at D and O and all of these, they would be stepping back away from essentially Nichols and the plaza, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Or would you guys be opposed to adding that step back, that tiered step back we talked about on the backside as well, so it doesn't, every tier would have to step back on all sides, not just one? Or 3, sorry.
Perhaps the one road that we don't have an identified step back on is Ward. Is that what you're
That's what I'm saying, if we would
referring
step back
to?
on Ward.
I would anticipate that we would almost naturally step back from Ward. So I think a modest setback there would not be, we'd be amenable to
I think that the tiered, if you look at the other buildings, system where it steps back, excuse me, on all 4 sides is a little bit more contextual to what we see here. But that's just my thought.
We're not opposed to that approach.
I'd like to add on to one thing, Commissioner Arkin, to Chris's point. As we looked at, we did look at kind of spreading density out and adding floors to additional buildings. And I think one of the things, and we've talked a lot about the character contributing and the analysis I walked you all through 2 weeks ago. I believe that actually would have more impact on a lot of these structures that are very special today. So as we look at saying, well, can we add 2 more floors to, the Mill Creek building or whatever, or time build, that starts changing materially more areas and more structures. And so I think that there's a benefit in concentrating that to these areas that are, for lack of a better term, mostly parking structures today, and not really dealing with some of those others.
Yeah, my only reason for bringing that up is it solves or helps solve what seems to be the larger concern, right? By allowing us to drop the height a little bit and spread out the development. But I think that's all I have now.
If there are no other questions at this time, we will open it up for public testimony. If you are here with us, then you can stand up at the podium. And if you're online, you can raise your hand. We'll be going through people who are here in person first. We're allotting, as is standard, 2 minutes for individuals and 5 minutes for those representing organizations.
Commissioner, should we take a break before we go to public testimony?
Is there, yeah, we can absolutely do that. 5 minutes?
Yep.
All right, we're going to take a roughly 5-minute break.
Okay.
We'll be back at 11:15. 11:15.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you too.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
Okay. All right. Thanks everyone for accommodating that break. We're going to go ahead and get started with public testimony. As noted, we'll start with those who are here first. It's my belief that this project has already been made a lot stronger by the testimony we heard 2 weeks ago. So thank you for those who showed up today and for those who testified. If you testified previously and you want to testify again, that's absolutely fine. We welcome all public testimony. So at this time, if you'd like to speak on this project, please come forward.
Good morning. My name is Tom Davis. I'm on the board of the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association, and I'm speaking for the Neighborhood Association today. I do have some minimal copies of the printed testimony to hand out. As you, I think, probably know, the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association is a neighborhood association which borders the plaza immediately to the north. So we go 47th Street directly north, and we have boundary through all along across the north edge of the plaza. And our residents have invested in the plaza, based upon the existing architecture and plans of the plaza and the existing bowl concept. And we certainly support the developer in terms of reinvestment in the plaza. We want a strong and vibrant plaza, but the plaza was purchased with the known Plaza Bowl overlay zoning. It was purchased with the height concepts, and we believe the developer should be held much closer to those heights. The overlay is not that old. This is zoning, and it was enacted precisely for this eventuality because the earlier area plan did not have the force of the zoning. Instead, we have a zoning at the 45 feet at the base of the bowl, and we should recognize that because that was developed with a lot of stakeholder interest. A lot of work went into that, and that's good planning. Conversely, it would be unfair to those of us who invested in and around the plaza based upon that existing zoning simply to allow these exceedingly high heights, pretty much the destruction of the bowl concept, in my view, based upon what is proposed. The Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association supports the staff and long-range planning with respect to this analysis. We believe much more time needs to be devoted to that analysis. And we therefore support the suggested 5 or 6 stories height, incremental increases in the 45-foot limit, but that would not be necessarily on all areas because we would need to protect existing property owners, view corridors, et cetera. And so otherwise we wouldn't have, we saw a slide of the plaza from the viewpoint of the fountain there at Mill Creek Parkway. That viewpoint would not exist based upon what is currently proposed. We have some reduced heights, incrementally reduced heights in the new plans that were uploaded yesterday, but these are not significantly reduced. And for context, the Cascade Hotel is 120 feet from in the plans, and we believe it's actually gone up a little bit. But what is proposed on the east edge of the plaza at 178 feet is even taller than that. And so we're talking about walling off the east side of the plaza. And we have, still 250-foot buildings on the north side of Brush Creek with no real plans, no shade analysis. And so we think that this would set a very negative precedent, not only for the plaza itself, but also for all of the buildings around the buildings, the properties around the plaza would be all tempted to increase in height. We are also concerned about the density. We heard some comments about density, but we have no real plans. We have no actual idea as to the overall density that is proposed here, only very, very broad concepts. And so we don't think it's ready for analysis yet. We heard a question about traffic, but there's been no traffic analysis. This is not a normal MPD where we would actually have a building plan and a traffic analysis and know how many parking spaces we're going to put in any specific building. So that's not ready yet. This is a historic destination for people to drive to. How is that going to be addressed? We don't see that in the planning. In our neighborhood, we already face severe parking pressure. The streets are narrow. There's very little bit of places to park. So if there is building on the plaza that does not have adequate parking, we think that would have a very negative effect in our area. The final comment is about the process. We have this thing that was just uploaded yesterday. Questions are being asked today as to what it means. City staff has not yet even had a chance to review it. Long-range planning wants more time. We don't think it's ready yet for us to analyze. We had a question about phasing. We don't have an actual phasing plan. We have broad concepts. And we suggest that this is not ready for approval yet. It should be either continued or rejected, or we should have very strict conditions. And one of those conditions from our perspective would be a height condition to the maybe more historic 5-6-story height condition. Again, we appreciate the developer's stewardship of the plaza. The plaza is a historic asset for the city. This is a monumental decision we're facing. For this body, I can't think of all the decisions this body makes are important. But this is a historic decision. It should not be made lightly. It should not be made on plans that are submitted at the last minute. It should not be made on renderings, but not plans that we're seeing for the first time today. We ask you to reject the zoning as it currently is proposed.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
Can I get you to give me your boundaries again, please? Your boundaries for your neighborhood again?
We go from 47th Street on the south to 43rd on the north, Mill Creek Parkway on the east, and Madison on the west.
Thank you.
I'm Christy Wilson. I live at 121 West 48th Street. The Gillen Property Group publicly states that the request to increase building heights by 4 times the current city planning codes is due to a need for density. While the MDP is isolated within the defined property lines of the Country Club Plaza, nearby development has always been focused on providing density to support the Country Club Plaza businesses and vice versa. Shortly after the Country Club Plaza began taking shape over 100 years ago, nearby multifamily housing was quick to follow. Today, immediately surrounding the Country Club Plaza, within a 1/2 mile walk of the future Meet Me at the Plaza central gathering site, are 5,500 multifamily residential housing units, 2,000 hotel rooms, and several large-scale office buildings. Notable businesses like Pulcinelli, Lockton, CBiz, Boozy Bank, and American Century infuse the plaza area with hundreds of daytime residents. The streetcar line extension that makes the Country Club Plaza highly accessible to hundreds more individuals is now open and boasting record number of riders. A plaza MDP that adheres to the bowl overlay building requirements offers us a promise of a revitalized community with public centers, beautifully landscaped streets and sidewalks, retail offerings that serve the needs of both plaza area residents and visitors, and uniform design guidelines that create a cohesive sense of place. Now that enhanced security is in place, Gillen has the potential to make the Country Club Plaza the it place to be again. The existing density of residents, office workers, and visitors immediately surrounding the plaza will be drawn to the renewed charm and offerings that the Gillen Group is promising. Foot traffic on the Country Club Plaza will increase and move the revenue needle upward for restaurants, retail, entertainment, and service providers. Others will speak about what is on the horizon immediately surrounding the Country Club Plaza with multifamily units, which will increase the 5,500 units that I spoke about earlier by 25%. And Seville West has already been, approval has been granted for a 275-foot high-rise towering above the western border, providing Gillen the opportunity to create significant additional density of its choosing. As outlined above, approved projects are on their way, which then now begs the question, is the additional density of the scale proposed in the MDP necessary? Can infrastructure support this growth? What will be the unintended consequences of such a large population, and will demand support the increased supply? I urge you, the members of the City Plan Commission, to reject the requested height deviations by Gillen Property Group to allow for the impact of the new plan developments and revitalization to be realized. Let's not rush into creating the potential for undesirable congestion, lack of parking, or oversupply that harms all businesses instead of creating a thriving business. The Country Club Plaza is not just any real estate development. The 100-year-old iconic symbol. Prudent caution is not anti-development. It is smart planning.
Thank you so much. If you hear the alarm go off, try to wrap up your comments. I'm going to give everyone a little bit more time to, conclude their thoughts, but please do try to wrap up if you hear the alarm. All right. Thank you for the testimony. Appreciate it.
All right. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jessica Perez. I live in Independence, Missouri, and I represent local union finishing trades here in Kansas City. I understand this redevelopment is intended to revitalize the plaza, support economic growth, and serve the community. To achieve these goals safely and sustainably, I respectfully ask that the workforce standards be included, specifically union labor, prevailing wages, and registered apprenticeship programs. Ensuring that union workers and apprentices are included in this project provides high-quality construction, safety for workers, and meaningful career pathways for young people entering the trades. This approach also benefits the local community, residents, and businesses who will rely on and enjoy the plaza for years to come. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony.
Good morning, everyone, or afternoon, rather. My name is Andrew Herrera. I have a little statement here I'd like to read. So my family has called Kansas City home since 1917. We've seen the city grow and change over generations, but the principle that has always sustained our community is that development should lift up the people who live and work here, not just pass them by. As a working class Kansas Citian and one of the 1,200 strong members of the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades, I stand before you to strongly urge that any public incentives for the redevelopment of the plaza must include a community benefits agreement that prioritizes safety standards, fair labor practices, pays prevailing wages, creates robust funded apprenticeship opportunities, and hires responsible bidders who follow these principles for our growing workforce and preserves the historic legacy of the Country Club Plaza, the country's first open-air shopping center. There are many players who come into our city and take advantage of publicly initiated and funded projects and abuse workers. I've seen this firsthand as a paid organizer of the IUPAT on very prominent past and present projects here in Kansas City. This isn't just about construction, it's about responsible development. The CBA ensures this major public investment creates the kind of quality, family-sustaining jobs that allow the very people who build the plaza to be able to afford to shop there. It guarantees skilled workmanship, protects workers' safety and rights, and builds a local talent pipeline for our future, and preserves the historical culture of a Kansas City landmark. We must progress, but we must do this by taking into account all Kansas Cityans, not just wealthy outside developers and outside contractors seeking to use the city and state machinery to offload their losses. Responsible development means our public dollars demand public good, good jobs, fair wages, and real opportunities for working families who are the backbone of the city. Do not let this project become another wedge that divides us. Ensure it builds a legacy we can all be proud of. By all means, approve this measure for development of our city with the stipulation of requiring a community benefits agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. If you're speaking as an individual, could we have your address for the record, please?
Sure.
Andrew James Herrera, and my address is 2029 Summit Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you. And on that note, the process for development in Kansas City is really interesting, and it's convoluted and complicated, and all for good reason. So this body, the Planning Commission, is tasked at looking at land use. And so I am going to stop future testimony if it's not about the land use after about a minute. Because you came here and you want to be a part of the process, of course, I want to give everyone that opportunity to share their interest in making sure that, their interests are heard, whether it's about union labor or otherwise. But that said, I'm going to stop testimony after a minute if it's not about the land use, just because the more appropriate body for that would actually be either city council or anyone who's overseeing financing, whether that's the EDC, port, or otherwise. So appreciate your comments, but because of what we will actually, impart our thoughts on and vote on, it won't be about those topics. All right, we are ready for the next person.
Hi, thank you, Commissioners. Dominique Davison, speaking on behalf of AIA Kansas City, is past president. We are in support of staff comments as presented. One in particular mentioned that a previous recent development limits the height of any site on the plaza within the bowl at 74 feet. It seems that there was some confusion about that comment, and so we'd really ask that there be clarification on that item. We also strongly recommend a setback at the 45-foot data mark consistently applied along all facades, as also mentioned by Commissioner Arkin earlier. Currently, as the MPD is written, a 180-foot tall wall could be built straight to the property line along Ward Parkway. Though we appreciate that Gillen Properties has made some concessions in the heights from 200 feet to 180 feet, and then in one case, 120 feet, we strongly feel a 180-foot height, especially with no setbacks along Ward Parkway, would make for a very severe and not a pedestrian-friendly or contextually scaled experience. Not even in New York City is this allowed. We support transitioning to a higher density and a mixed-use development, however, along with the traffic calming and multimodal strategies that are being developed very thoughtfully in the MPD currently. Speaking as myself as an architect and urban designer with 25 years of experience, a more congruous increase in size across the plaza will make for a more harmonious experience and will afford better architecture with more consistent detailing across the entire building and be more commensurate with the detailed character of the contributing buildings that exist now. As mentioned by staff, so it doesn't look like one building at the base and a different kind of building with a hat on top, right? This is something we'd like to avoid. The great cities across Europe that we admire are all much more congruous in their massing and scale, and for good reason. Our own sister city of Seville is a 3 and sometimes 4-story city with only towers extending higher than 50 or 60 feet. Berlin, Paris, Milan are all cities of 5 stories to 6 stories max in their great shopping districts, which have stood the test of time with economic resilience and great architecture. The urban designer Jan Gale describes why this is so important, because at a 5 or 6 story height, you can still look at out your window and recognize the face of the people on the sidewalk below. This humanizes us and allows for a stronger sense of community and neighborliness, rather than allowing for us to be anonymous and invisible in our glass towers. 74 feet is a 64% increase in the allowable height of the Plaza Bowl and a considerable concession. 90 feet, of course, doubles that.
Excuse me, for the rest of your testimony, can you just speak closer? We just got a comment online that it's hard to hear online.
Oh, sorry. Well, was basically done, but thank you. We support, again, staff comments, and also Commissioner Arkin's comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so, yeah, for anyone testifying going forward, please make sure you're close to the microphone. Commissioner Lynch, just let us know that it's hard to hear online.
But also not too close.
But not.
Hello, my name is Hannah Holland. I was born and raised in Kansas City area, and I currently live in West Plaza neighborhood. When I heard about the new plaza ownership, I was very excited, but since becoming familiar with the details of the project, I have concerns as it relates to traffic, funding, and maintaining historical integrity. When it comes to traffic, I have concern for the added stress these additional units will put on parking as well as already congested streets around the plaza. As for funding, unfortunately, I've heard the sentiment more than once from friends starting families that they would love to be closer to the city, but due to the notoriously underfunded Missouri Public Schools, it's not in the cards. According to the Kansas City Business Journal, GPG is asking for $419 million in tax incentives for a project that is not entirely accepted by the community. There is concern that the city is showing more priority to this project and the profit of an out-of-state corporation than it is showing to the education of the children that live here. And lastly, historical integrity. I believe we can all acknowledge that the plaza is not currently at the height of its glory and could use some improvement. However, I refuse to subscribe to the narrative that revitalization can come only at the expense of the very essence and unique charm of one of our city's most iconic landmarks. And regardless of what style they are replicating, converting the plaza into a cluster of 18-story, or maybe now 16-story apartment buildings will do just that. The plaza's original urban design and development plan was established for a reason. Do you want to be responsible for the new precedent and the betrayal of this plan? I've had countless conversations with Kansas City residents about this project, and this is the general consensus. We are so excited about the majority of the improvements GPG wants to bring to the plaza. We want more life, we want more density, and we are willing to evolve. However, we also know that the main concern of GPG is not the historical significance or the gratification of plaza residents. Their number one priority is their bottom line. I believe it is the responsibility of our representatives in the CPC and City Council to know the line between rejuvenation and greed. I believe that we as a community are willing to compromise, and I remain hopeful that you will hear the concerns of the people that love this city and want to preserve its history and its heart. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And fortunately for this body, we don't oversee any funding. And so if you're interested in the Port Commission or EDC or otherwise, city staff can help point you to when those conversations will happen, but we have no control over how people fund projects, whether it's city funding or otherwise. All right, we're ready for the next person. Thank you.
Okay, how's my sound so far? Okay, good. Okay, my name is Dan Ryan. I'm representing the Parkway Towers Condominium Association, and I want to report back. I talked at our prior meeting, and we had a meeting of the building, and it was one of those meetings where people who you don't normally see show up to meetings come out to speak about this and hear about this and learn about it. And the result of that meeting was there was a unanimous resolution from the Board of Managers that focuses, and I'll give them to you, but it focuses on the wanting more information, wanting clarity, opposing this process or opposing this this development as it currently stands because of the height of the buildings, what it'll do to the neighborhood character, the corridors, the view corridors, also concerns about traffic, parking, density, and infrastructure. There's only so many curb feet that we can park on. Cumulative impacts of already approved projects. I mean, there's a whole ton of projects that are waiting to get started right in our neighborhood. The public participation in approval of the specific buildings. Right now, I mean, you can build a 178 foot building without much input on the height of those buildings. And also public safety. And what we've seen today, I just kind of want to point out that my group, my Plaza neighborhood, is focused on really quality of life for those in Kansas City. The shade study that we saw the renderings of, we're not concerned about finding a place to sit in the shade on a summer afternoon or a fall afternoon. We're concerned about shadow canyons that are gonna have the snow when it snows, never melting. It's going to be kind of dark and dismal in the evenings on the plaza, also during the day with in the winter. That's more what we're concerned about. We're also, we're really trying to think about the scale of the plaza. It's a people-based place. We want to see people, as I thought the architect was wonderful in pointing out that, yeah, we want to be able to see each other. That's kind of Kansas City. It's part of what makes Kansas City nice. The 20-story buildings that could be coming our way just don't fit on the plaza. As Mr. Davis pointed out, there's not going to be an opportunity to be heard on a lot of these things in the future, certainly not as to height. Thank you for your work on this. Thank you for listening to the testimony. And please kind of keep in mind that it is a place where people live. Thank you.
Thank
I
you
have
very much.
two questions for you, sir. What's the address of Park Tower condos?
4545 Warnell.
And how many stories is your condo?
We are 12 stories. I swear I would have voted against it back when it was built.
Thank you.
But we are on the edge.
Thanks for having me back. I'm Whitney Boshin, 229 Ward Parkway, representing the Preserve the Plaza Group. And am I close enough to this microphone? I'm a shorty.
I would get a little close. Yeah, pull it a little closer.
Is that better? Okay, great. After attending public meetings, listening to presentations and testimony, reading the Star and Business Journal, scouring through Compass, in an effort to be informed about the progress and plans put forth by the Gilliam Property Group and the MPD, 3 themes have really emerged for me: density, convenience, and destination, and how these intersect seem to be critical to the future success of the plaza. So first, density. Gilliam Property Group has been clear that they see the lack of density as a key contributing factor to the Plaza District's demise and the critical piece needed to bring the district back. So the questions before you are, how much density is actually needed within the 3x15 district itself, and how much vertical growth is necessary to achieve that magic number? We know that the following residential units have already been approved to be built in the area: Flint's development at 46th and Walnut, 152 units. Block's development at 47th and Madison, 616 units. Lane 4 at 4711 Bellevue, 320 units. And EPC's Lure Plaza development at 46th and Warnell, 278. Collectively, these projects are going to infuse 1,366 new residential units into the immediate area. In addition, GPG is proposing 750 residential units and 280 hotel rooms being added with vertically significant structures. So here's where density converges with convenience. All of this density being infused into the area must mean additional parking is being planned for to accommodate the increased volume of residential vehicles. But what I've been reading is that the GPG is requesting a deviation to Section 88-42006 parking standards to permit 2,500 vehicle parking spaces in the district. Would this cut our current parking of 5,000 spaces in half, significantly decreasing parking while substantially increasing residential density? I just don't understand how these two things happen simultaneously. If we have fewer parking spaces available for more residents, how will parking be convenient for tourists and visitors that the plaza hopes to attract? Bringing me to my third point, destination. To succeed, the plaza needs to be a destination. Traffic patterns and ease of parking are essential factors in attracting local and out-of-town visitors. And don't we need a balance of residents and tourists to sustain our district in the next century? In addition to the existing immediate commercial and residential population, visitors are critical. The plaza has stood for a century because people want to be here. Lost my place, sorry. If attracting visitors is key to the success of the plaza, then knowing what makes this a destination of choice is essential. Human scale, sunlight, storied architecture, history, unique charm with beautiful streetscapes, one-of-a-kind shops and restaurants are all the things that have drawn crowds. Will locals and out-of-towners really choose to shop and dine on the plaza if it's another urban high-rise district with some green space where parking is a challenge? The decisions you're making are going to define what our neighborhood looks like and what the experience of living, shopping, driving, and dining on the plaza will feel like. Please evaluate if the additional desired density needs to come solely from within the 3 by 15 block area. Are the proposed decreases in parking in the best interest of residents, businesses, and visitors? I urge the decision makers to work with Gillian Property Group to keep an emphasis on once again making our neighborhood a desired destination. The balance of evolution and growth while protecting all that makes the plaza special is in your hands. Those of us that have already made this area our home are very hopeful that the plaza will be a thriving, beloved, storied destination for generations to come. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Morning, all.
Morning.
My name is Ethan Starr. I serve as Executive Director of Historic Kansas City, our region's local historic preservation advocacy organization. Over the past weeks and months, HKC has participated in public meetings, reviewed successive revised submissions, and we've met repeatedly with the applicant. We've done what we can to support them, and we appreciate their commitments to Kansas City and to meeting with the public. Despite some improvements to the submissions, the most recent MPD materials still do not adequately address the core concerns raised repeatedly by the public, by preservation advocates, city staff, and other stakeholders, including members of the commission. First and foremost, there's height. The MPD continues to allow construction of 15 stories or more on multiple core commercial plaza sites of the center of the district itself, really, with only minimal adjustments in the most recent submission. These heights remain dramatically out of scale with the plaza's historic 2- and 3-story buildings and with the current 45-foot limits established by the plaza overlays and the Midtown Plaza area plan of just a decade ago. The products of several decades of citizen-based planning activities and the 178-foot proposed height, for example, is really not a meaningful departure from where we started a month or two ago at 200 feet. Even if the FAR keeps construction lower on that block, say, it'd still be taller than the Locarno across the street, say, you know, those buildings south of Brush Creek, which were the tallest in Kansas City when they were built. While the public may be reconciled with increased height on the Seville West site and Seville East, or the Sears building, which is already taller, of course, than the overlay permits, achieved through demolition of that Sears building, 3 10 to 15-story buildings on those 3 southern blocks would have the effect of walling off the plaza to those driving along the creek or Mill Creek Park following the route of one of our scenic boulevards. The argument here, of course, is that this very high level of proposed residential density is needed on their own property to make their return on investment. However, that puts other previously planned and approved projects at risk when they did follow the plan and the overlay. The reason all parties in the last decade were able to get behind the previous plaza overlays was that it created predictable expectations among area property owners for height, for view corridors, and to protect the historic character of the plaza's commercial district. The existing overlays, as conceived, are practical planning tools that prevent area development from becoming a free-for-all. Note that the MPD application includes a map affirming the ongoing validity of the 2019 overlay, showing how properties outside of their ownership will still have to play by the rules. Regarding application materials, we are still lacking much needed information showing how towers of this size would actually relate to adjacent historic storefronts and view corridors. Step backs of just 10 feet, even along the plaza's most sensitive historic frontages, do not meaningfully mitigate the visual impact of buildings that are 3, 4, or 5 times taller than their neighbors. Recent edits to the map of character contributing facades and features with some added language about facade preservation in the design guidelines, speak well to the preservation of select historic building elements. The map of character contributing facades, however, is limited in that it only identifies portions of buildings, not entire structures. We support full adoption of staff recommendations on expansion of those classifications, and we find their proposed additions necessary. It is, I'll note, a more limited list than would be eligible, say, for listing under the National Register if a nomination were to be written, which would be basically everything before the 1970s. Remember, say, the Geralda Tower itself is from 1967. And there's no reason, say, that all the plaza buildings from the 1920s and 30s, century old, should be excluded from this map. This would still leave open the possibility, as the plan stands, that most of the 1923 Mill Creek building, for example, Plaza's oldest structure, birthplace of Plaza Lights, could be essentially demolished on 3 sides. Without additional safeguards, this application could enable demolition of portions of the district's 1920s infrastructure while propping up exterior walls, so-called facade-ectomies, this facadism may be discouraged in the MPD, but the demarcation of development sites, character contributing list, the step backs don't quite reflect those intentions to leave historic buildings largely intact. And note, this isn't just the Mill Creek building. We saw a modest expansion of that block setback to 20 feet, but other nearby buildings, like the balcony building from 1925, still sit at that 10-foot number. And this risks, of course, depriving historic landmarks of their architectural integrity and inviting the kind of heated clashes at the Historic Preservation Commission that I think we would all like to avoid. These concerns point to the need for further compromise so that new development on the plaza can move forward without undermining the historic character and scale that have guided the district for generations. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Amelia McIntyre, 4545 Warnell. I encourage the commissioners to carefully consider whether what has been submitted as recently as yesterday is an adequate preliminary MPD. There is no specificity as to the proposed uses at any one of the 5 building sites, no architectural details for specific buildings, only maximum heights. There are no proposed phases as identified by commissioners already, or timelines for particular phases to be accomplished. This preliminary MPD gives the impression that it was designed to be vague and give developer the maximum flexibility with minimal future public engagement on a building-by-building process. As a plaza resident, I am not alone in supporting reasonable development of the plaza with full engagement of the public at each stage, building by building, so that the historical nature and look of the plaza is preserved and the iconic towers are not forever obscured in the shadows. A decision by you in support of an inadequate preliminary MPD with insufficient details, including phases and timeline, significantly limits future public engagement and council approval. The CPC should require phases beginning at the developer's controlled site of Seville West, for which they achieved a zoning of 275 feet, and an empty building at Seville East, conditioning their focus to be at the west end of the plaza first, at which they already have empty land and a vacant building, makes economic sense to the city and taxing jurisdictions. The heights on the west end of the plaza are more consistent with the recommended heights of the Midtown Plaza Area Plan and are along arterials to ease the traffic impact on the remaining portions of the plaza. Let them prove what they can accomplish by starting first where there is the most need. Further, the Plaza Westport Neighborhood Association, at the encouragement of the mayor, has gathered other city registered neighborhoods in a support of a stair-step approach, increasing heights from east to west. The walling off of the plaza to the east and to the south perpetuates a perception of isolation and exclusion that is unwanted. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else here that wishes to speak on this item? Great, then we will turn to those who are online. Please raise your hand online if you have not already, and we will call people by name.
We have one hand raised so far, Evelyn Otsuka Davis.
Okay, can you, I turned off my audio and my video.
We can
Okay.
hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
proceed.
I turned off my video. Can you see me?
You cannot.
I'm sorry. I don't know how to do that.
You can go ahead with your testimony.
Okay. I'll do that. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak. I want to start off by saying when we moved to the plaza 6 years ago, after living here in Kansas City for quite a while, we bought and we came here because we love the plaza. We love the historic nature of the plaza. But you know, when we bought our condo, we thought the plaza was a safe bet because of the zoning. And now we're faced with having that zoning requirement go away and that zoning change. And that just is very disturbing to me. Not just because we love the historic nature of the plaza, but because the neighborhoods around the plaza are all in jeopardy because of this plan. And, you know, I heard there that the solution to traffic was slowing the traffic on the plaza, and that's great. But that just means that people will avoid going through the plaza in high traffic times, and they will go around the plaza, which means that they're going to go through the neighborhoods, that all of our neighborhood arteries in and out of the plaza are going to be highly trafficked, worse than they are now. And, you know, that little two-way thing by the Plaza Library is not going to resolve it. If you take Ward Parkway south of Brush Creek and you want to go west to go, and that's the way Johnson County goes, that's the way to get to Kansas, that is not the desired way. You have that little right segment where you have to turn right and then immediately get to the left to get onto the southern part of Ward Parkway, the south route of Ward Parkway, south of Brush or north of Brush Street, the north part. And so what I do is I go the Broadway Bridge and then turn left, and there's just no good way. So that's not going to be a resolution. And I really urge the Planning Commission to consider traffic as a major problem with the increased density and the high rises. The other thing I wanted to talk about is on the last, you know, I know that we submitted the petitions, somebody from the plaza submitted the petitions that are called Preserve the Plaza. Well, on the last very nice weekend in November, and it was 70 degrees, and I walked the plaza and I got signatures on 4 of those pages. And I was shocked at how many out-of-towners were walking the plaza. I would say at least a third of the people who signed or I talked to were from out of town. And this is like I talked to 2 women from Santa Fe, New
I
Mexico.
let you go over by about a minute and 15 seconds. So I'm going to go ahead and end your testimony, but thank you for
Okay.
your testimony. Could you please provide your address for the record?
229 Ward Parkway.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate your testimony.
Yeah.
There are no other hands raised online.
All right, last call for those in person or online to add public testimony at this time. Without seeing any others, we will close all public testimony and turn things back to the applicant to respond. Some similar comments, some new comments. And let's see. Yeah. If you have any questions about other things, or if any commissioners feel like something is left unanswered, we'll bring it up. But otherwise, we'll go ahead and turn it back to you to respond to the concerns that were brought up.
I'll just to give a framework, I can give them, like, I would say things to hit would be height concerns, traffic, density study, or how you got to the density that you guys are suggesting, parking, and phasing are the main ones that I saw. If there's anything else.
And shade study was other.
What?
The shade study as
Yes,
well.
that's height. Yeah, that would be part of that. So yeah.
Great list.
Traffic, parking, height. It was one
Density,
more.
density, and phasing.
That's helpful, because I was reading through my notes trying to
Yeah, I think so.
consolidate down.
I
So,
tried to get
Thank you.
get everyone's concerns.
Give us just a second as
Yeah,
we
of course.
collect our thoughts.
So while they're doing that, can I ask, Mr. Wolf from Historical, the young man that was also from the historic Kansas City, can you clarify what he was saying? If the plaza changes with a bunch of high rises, does that prevent them from going after historic designation?
I think basically what he was addressing is with the National Register criteria, one of the things they look at is what we call historic integrity. So if a property or parts of a district have been so altered, they're not considered historic anymore, it would basically make them ineligible for listing.
Their percentage change that eliminates that?
It's not a specific one. It's kind of judged by the nature of the nomination in the area. So, yeah.
Thank you.
You guys ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for allowing us a moment to collect our thoughts. So I'm going to hit on the height and density. Again, kind of laying out how we got to where we are. I think that's important as we've worked through this. We went through a lot of that 2 weeks ago. Again, as we look at the evolution of shopping districts and shopping centers, which is what we're dealing with today, adding, and we hear this as we go out and try to get leasing and other things done, additional feet on the street within that center is very, very important. And so, yes, there is density around the plaza as it exists today. I think what we see, though, is that density has not been sufficient to support the needs of modern day retail and restaurant. And I think that is no one's fault. But I think as we look at the history of the plaza over the last, call it 10 to 20 years, you have seen a decline in the number of people with businesses on the plaza. And I think sometimes a lot of that blame is laid at the feet of past owners. And I do not think that is all theirs to bear. I think that the market is changing, and we see that the path out of this is to add additional people. That increases the desirability of people wanting to lease space, and it also helps bring vibrancy. It brings people to the sidewalk, which is something that's missing within the plaza today. So that's how we backed into it. Chris specifically had said we worked on a range of density at a high end and a low end. And so what we've tried to do is we've reduced heights on these blocks is to be very intentional. We've shown how that's changed and morphed in trying to get to kind of that lower to mid-range density that we believe is the path long-term to get there. So
Can you speak a little bit more on, because I heard it through a couple of the comments on, are you guys, are your studies factoring in the already approved density increases, right? There's existing development that's going on and should be going on. Does that factor in that, or are we looking at it as, hey, we just need more density, period?
I think it's yes to both, right? I mean, we understand and we are tracking other density and developments that have been approved around the plaza. We still believe that there is a need for people directly within and above some of these spaces spilling onto the plaza.
Okay.
If I may add, let me just point out that at least one of those developments that was listed as planning to come online, it's been over 5 years since it was initially approved. So,
Correct, but
yeah, but
but what happens is when something does happen and then we now have, we're doubling the density, right, or tripling, right, it just becomes, it's already there, right, and it's already able to happen. So I understand what you're saying. It's not developed, but as soon as everything else starts, then that will start.
it's unknown. So again, it's a matter of being able to control your destiny with your own density. And we can't force others to build the density that they would, they've come before this board or commission in the city to ask to be built.
I'll add that, you know, I think there are a lot of different methodologies to determine what is the right amount of density, and there are a lot of different perspectives in terms of whether you're looking at it through the lens of income for the city or facilitating public transit, et cetera, et cetera. But when I think about the Plaza District Councils, the Downtown Councils, the Midtown KC Nows, the Port KCs, when they issue, as they often do, saying a goal for the next 10 years of blank number of units, I know that the numbers that I hear for dense areas such as a downtown, a plaza, a midtown, the number of residential units that they want to bring on over a 10-year period is always far beyond what is even being considered. And so it almost seems like such an aspirational number when it's reported, because you're like, how would we ever get to how many thousands of new units? So in that sense, I know that there are many perspectives that were not represented today, but I think are easy to find in those kind of industries that would pull the conversation far in a direction of this is not sufficient. Even the 1,000 that are online and the 1,000 that could be online, that alone is but 40% of what the goal should be in the next 10 years.
And well, yeah, I understand that. I think what I'm sympathizing a little bit with a lot of the public testimony in the fact this is a large area and this kind of goes into phasing, right? And approving this as a holistic thing or approving it in one portion of it and saying, show proof of concept, and if it's still needed to improve density, maybe we then it comes back to us. Say, just throwing it out there, if we say no to a certain height on east side and we approve height on west side to prove concept over a 10-year span when this reality, the development is gonna happen, I don't think the neighborhoods and public testimony is saying no. They're saying show proof of concept and need rather than blanket it and then have this whole thing. And that's kind of where I'm kind of navigating my questions from, is I do see that, and I understand that this is a big picture, and they do make a lot of people have made a really great point on this being a kind of, even though it's not a historic neighborhood, a historic neighborhood. So proof of concept and of the changing needing to happen does make sense to have some sort of phased approach. Is the way I see it. So sorry, I was just trying to kind of get that and understand how density works, and maybe you can flesh that out a little bit more.
Yeah.
So if I may interrupt before you do that, can I get you to give us density in more of the layman's terms? You talk in the industry terms, so most people that are not in the industry, they look at what kind of numbers are you talking about people-wise? So can you kind of lean into that a little bit to help people better understand what you mean by increasing density and not just office space or units, that kind of thing? I think that's what I'm hearing as well.
Yes, appreciate that question. Quickly first, before it skips my mind, I do think that it's important that there are some probabilities related to density that we're talking about, so we don't know if some of these things around us are coming online. I do think there's, it's been reported that the population around the plaza area has been largely flat for the last 10 years. And so it's not an immediate acceleration of density necessarily, but it's almost a makeup for some that maybe could have been there over the past 10 years to keep the plaza healthy to some level of degree, and then building upon that further. There's also been some comparisons made to places like Seville, Spain, which we would agree is a lovely place. Seville, Spain has a density, urban density that's about 10 times what Kansas City, Missouri is.
So agreed, but so I spent some time in Sevilla and or Seville, sorry, depending on how you pronounce it. But yes, but there is quite a bit of a height discrepancy from what you guys are requesting compared to what the majority of downtown Sevilla is, right? That's where I got engaged. I spent plenty of time there. Building height is, it, it does have a much higher prominence than what we have currently, but that's kind of going back to what I was saying about evenly distributing the height throughout the whole plaza. They do kind of sit around the like 5-story-ish area, but bigger floor plates, or floor heights, they're normally like 15-foot ceilings and things like that. So you're getting closer to the 75 range. But sorry, yeah. So that's kind of my thought, and that is technically that's the sister city to that area.
Yeah. Love Seville, love that it's a sister city. It is a completely different market, and a city that was established about 2,700 years ago. And so maybe we can set that as a goal for Kansas City, Missouri in 2,500 years or so. To go layman's terms on some of the density that we are talking about, we had initially set with with the heights that we came with last time, residential unit goals in the 750 to upwards of 1,000 units. We would anticipate in this market that we would see about 1.5 occupants per unit, plus or minus. And so we are now concentrated on the lower end of that goal, so about, call it 700 to maybe 800 units across the plaza. That would equate to about 1,200 residents, plus or minus, based on that. And then we would see a few of these developments as well as an additional office. And of the 5 blocks that we're discussing today, a few of the sites that could be used as office would support about a 200 to 300,000 foot office building. We would expect that there's probably 3 to 4 office residents per 1,000 feet at full capacity. So that's, if you do the math, that's about 700 to 800 office users during the day. Additionally, we would see, we would want to have some new hotel stock, and that hotel stock could be roughly 120 to 150 keys. And so that, which is right around the size of the Cascade, I believe. I believe they're in that 150 to 170 range.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for interrupting. I'll let you.
I have one question about that, because somebody mentioned in the public about parking.
Yes.
Can you go into that? Because now that you're talking about density, is the parking going to be less, more, or how is that going to serve this?
We anticipate the parking to be roughly the same. Right now, we have a stock of about 5,200 to 5,400 spaces. With the retail square footage that we have, which is presently about 730,000, we actually may see that number tighten up through some of this. We've talked about in our thesis last time about how some of the existing retail space is inefficient, it's oversized, it's too deep, it's not fitted for today's retail. And so we would see that likely tighten up a little bit over time. We would expect, we have heavily underutilized garages presently. And so we're trying to, through the redevelopment of some of these garages, trying to get them more heavily utilized and more easily accessible to patrons of the plaza. We would see with the anticipated retail square footage that we would use likely between 2,500 to 3,000 stalls. That would open up a significant number of stalls for the additional density. Additionally, in a mixed-use environment like this, we would perform parking studies that would take into account all of the different user groups and their days of the week and times of the day that they use each of these different uses. So soft goods shopping has a different user spectrum than food and beverage, than office user, than residential user.
On the parking note, parking is something that's come up in this area anytime there's a project. And so a few years back, we had, I recall a parking study that evaluated all the garages on the Country Club Plaza. And I think it was articulated pretty well at the last meeting that it's just a very inefficient layout. And the parking study showed a ton of capacity. What's really interesting though is when you talk to residents who live just to the north of the Country Club Plaza, they're like, that capacity doesn't translate to our streets because our streets are inundated with people who are parking all over them. And so I'm of the belief that both can be true and that we really do have a parking problem that needs to be addressed, but it's not that there aren't the right number of stalls, it's that there aren't the right number of stalls in the right place or they aren't accessible. And so, I'm hopeful that any redevelopment, no matter what it looks like, tries to reorient where the need is or where the supply is with where the need is. But I think that's one of the reasons it can be so confusing, because there is abundant capacity, but it's not necessarily in the right places. All right, we did traffic, parking, height, density to a degree, phasing. Can you all speak to phasing?
Sure, and I think we briefly mentioned this at the last commission meeting, but our general approach with phasing will be dictated by the market, and we anticipate roughly a 10 to 12-year horizon for the development of these 5 blocks. We would anticipate doing one at a time, probably one every 2 years or so on average, as we move forward.
In terms of, so during that timeline, what will happen to the rest of the shopping center? Like, are you gonna work on improving it? Like, like, are you obviously bringing new businesses? If you can just.
Yeah, I'll elaborate some on that. Thank you for that question. There's a number of different fronts that we would continue to engage on that we've already started, but also begin to engage on. So there's subsurface infrastructure improvements, both on the public side of things and the private side of things. There's also facade rehabilitations that we would start to work on. We're doing the medical building tower as we speak. We have plans right now for some of the Plaza Savings block or the Graham and Dunn block right now that we're working on. We would continue those things. And then as we do some of the subsurface infrastructure improvements, we would come back with some of the topside improvements and pedestrian realm improvements that are contemplated by the design guidelines that are submitted here. Additionally, we believe that the Plaza on the Plaza is a very important element to what we're doing. That would be one of the projects that we would prioritize amongst these in terms of timing. And then continue with these density projects sequentially after that.
I have a question regarding, is it my block E that I asked about the height? Is that separate from what we're looking at today? Because we did that height improvement separately, so that's a separate development from what we're looking at today?
So it is incorporated into the MPD, but with the height that was approved several months ago remains the same for that block.
But I guess my main question is, when would you start on that site, since we've already approved that one?
That is to be determined based on market timing.
Wrong answer.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm messing with you.
Not a problem.
So back to, or continuation on phasing and kind of lending to that. You mentioned kind of how it was being phased. Is there an effort in these buildings being phase 1, these buildings being phase 2, or is it whatever you're able to get people, other developers or whoever to get into? I think the concern from the public testimony was it doesn't seem like there's a deliberate phasing plan per se, understanding that you're going to have sections every 2 years or something like that. And that goes back to my original statement saying if we were to approve a version of this that allowed kind of a certain side, the west side, be kind of where you are saying, why not just come back in 5 years requesting the additional heights on the east side or south side? See what I'm saying? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that I've heard a good response to that yet.
I'll give it an attempt. We have, in our conversations with retailers, national brands, food and beverage, local and nationally, our conversation is we are working on a path right now with Kansas City, Missouri, to come up with a way to get density onto the plaza right now to support your business. And they look at, concentric rings of people who's on the plaza, who's going to walk down and be here at my front door, who is within this 5-minute walk, 10-minute walk, 10-minute bike ride, and those populations kind of reduce in importance and probability of visiting a certain place over that period of time. But we also are trying to maintain some flexibility with the different uses so that as we engage potential office users or things like that that may have a desire to be at a particular site or to have a particular size of building or floor plate, we can fit that into kind of what we've outlined here in terms of height and FAR and the buildable volume.
So I guess my question is if we came back and said kind of what I've stated, and we're showing that the revised height on, doesn't matter, X building is, we're okay with the 150 or whatever it is, or one of those, right? And you are marketing to another building, but we say that these have to be sit at, currently, we still increase it to 75, not to the full 176 or whatever. You can still market a proof of concept saying, hey, we went to the city and the neighborhoods and increased over here. There's an avenue for that. If you have a specific client that's interested and then you come back for that one building, we can then look at it. I think the concern is that blanketing it with a 176-foot story when we don't know who the end user is becomes a little bit scary for a lot of people. So saying, hey, we have proof of concept, we've gotten the allowance over here. This is something we can apply for if we have a viable tenant or a viable option. It's not a no. It's not the city and other people are working with us.
I guess I have a question on that. Like, help me understand why is like scary in sense of like, if we already know the high, and we know it's gonna be office.
Because right now we have
office, hospitality, and apartments. Like, what's the difference? And I'm just trying to understand from both sides. Like, what's the difference?
Sure. So the way I'm hearing it from the public testimony and even kind of my sensibility is that this becomes, we don't know how this is shaped. We don't know anything, right? There's a big open.
But we don't know on sense of what?
Well, so the other side, we've approved a 275-foot tall building that hasn't been developed, right?
They already say what it's gonna be based, kind of.
Correct. But on the opposite side or anywhere else, where it's a little bit vague, at least what it will be. We don't know if it's 3 stories. We don't know if it's going to be 10 stories and skinny. Like, you saw the 3 different options that they showed. So it very well might be that they find a tenant that only wants it to be 5 additional stories that's spread out among the whole thing, and that's okay. But it also might be something that's tall, skinny, and it does not have to come back through us again at that point. And that's my concern.
I think the point's taken and fair, but
yeah,
It would come back to you
it
in the
will come
final
back to you.
development plan.
correct. But the height, but if it's we don't get, if it's within the height limitations, that's not a reason for us to. You see what I'm saying? Yeah.
Just want to be clear that you will see it all again.
Right, but if it's within
Within the
yes, if it sits in.
yeah, I think it's a difference of opinion, and I think what you're saying is that you'd rather see what one of these look like in real life and then make decisions on the future ones, and I think that the applicant's saying that doesn't work with their programming and their go-to-market strategy. At this time, I want to see if the applicant has any other comments they'd like to add before we close all testimony.
I just want to thank you all, commissioners. This has been a lot of work. for our teams. And I also, again, want to thank city staff for a tremendous amount of work and a tremendous partnership to date. You have an excellent planning staff from top to bottom, and I'm happy that I've been working on this project. And then finally, our citizens, or your citizens here in Kansas City. I appreciate, and we talked about this last time, one of the great special things about the plaza is everybody feels like they own the plaza and they have a history there. And we want to be a part of that. We consider ourselves to be a part of it. We're proud of the work we've completed to date. And I'm happy to call many of those in the audience, friends at this point. So we look forward to the future. And again, thank you for your time today.
Thank you. You're welcome to move here and you can use the term our. So I'm gonna go ahead and start with what I would like to do, and then of course, this will just be a place for us to start and a place to ground this. So I'd like to vote on the project today. We see a lot of MPDs, and I think for good reason. This is one of the most well thought out MPDs we've seen, or at least I've seen in my 5 years. Fully understand why there's an ask for more. I think that we could absolutely continue this, send a list of 20 things to work on, bring it back, and the next time have another list of 20 things, and the next time have a list of another 20 things. And it's the type of project that at a scale of this large, we would never reach a destination. It's an asymptote where we just get closer and closer and closer. Recently, again, in my recollection of the past 2 years, we've had multiple MPDs come back where we tried to create more allowances than what was previously outlined. So both Zona Rosa, recently we had some minor tweaks, but then more notably at Metro North. It's difficult to plan a master site and know exactly what's going in each location, how it's going to be programmed, how the market changes, and how different tenants change that mix. So I'm very happy with the movement that's come to this. I think that clearly the biggest issue is one of height and density. And I don't know if this is certainly the appropriate body to discuss it as we have, and I appreciate the amount of time we've spent on it, the amount of feedback we've gotten from many, many different perspectives. At this point, I feel as though this is a question that City Council is best tasked with. We see zoning changes constantly, so I fully understand residents who say, I moved into this area with a certain expectation. There's not a part of the city that we haven't seen zoning changes in the last 12 months. It's just a constant part of what it means to live in a city. And what we're hearing about is height, density, and these kind of pretty large questions. The last 4 Plaza Bowl cases that I can recall, all 4 of them, we broke the Plaza Bowl. And so to me, it's a sign that the Plaza Bowl is not this perfect thing that should exist in perpetuity without any changes. It's an evolution. And I appreciated the comment from staff that this is an evolution of the Plaza Bowl. So I believe that what we should do is clean this up as much as we can based upon some notes on conditions, try to get this to a place that makes sense, certainly forecast what we think, but then allow City Council to determine what the density should be here, what heights should be here, because I believe that's they should be and are more in tune with what residents would like and should be more receptive to it as opposed to this body. So that's kind of the direction I'd like to go, but would love to hear if you all think that's too much for this time and if it should be continued.
Well, I agree. Sorry. Go ahead and push forward. I agree with what you were saying.
I'm kind of
I
like in the
agree.
middle. And I'm in the middle because I'm saying, like, I agree with what you're saying, that it's mostly impossible to, if we continue this and continue, it's mostly impossible to get to an 100% agreement on everything. But at the same time, do we need to, I think there's some things that we're so close to get to a closer agreement where something this important, I don't know if we can just make a decision in 2 meetings. If they need a little bit more time just to meet with other people and make a few changes, but.
And it's my understanding too, that what we would be approving today is not set in concrete, that this is still going to be an ever evolving master plan, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but that there's still room for things to change and things to improve as this goes forward. Again, at council, for example, but my understanding is we still have to have another final master plan that comes forward as well.
Well, this would certainly be the controlling case for everything in this area. But yes, it could be modified. But essentially, between now and council would be the primary
Right. Because
opportunity.
the way I'm looking at this is we're looking at this big picture. We're looking at this as like from a 10,000-foot view. And again, we're kind of get to hone in as this process moves forward. And so again, like I think there's a lot of really good stuff in the master plan. Again, height for me is a particular concern, you know, for reasons that were stated. But you know, as I had mentioned at the last public hearing, you know, my comments still stand there. But again, I think I'm more in support of it for the reasons that you stated, that, you know, I think this is still kind of malleable and it can still progress as we move forward in the process.
So let me make sure I'm understanding, because we've asked several times regarding to height. If we support this at the current height, then that's what they can work with. But if we want to lower the height to be more in line to what we're hearing, they still can come back when they do that zone to ask for a higher height.
Sure.
Am I hearing that?
They could always come back and ask for more. And I also think that there's a world in which perhaps we could pass something with lower heights, and then there's a world in which the applicant speaks to city council and city council decides to revert back to a different height. And so I think ultimately a decision that's as large as what it is based upon the interest of the community, it's something that is going to elevate beyond the planning commission anyway. And if the applicant's not pleased with the height, it's going to be a discussion that city council picks up. And so I think regardless, that's where it ends up. And so that's why I'm of the mindset we should do our absolute best and then be eyes wide open that city council is ultimately going to determine what the final heights are.
So yes, recognizing the fact that we are a recommendation body, I think our due diligence in this case is to focus on the height and how we recommend how to address that height. I am disappointed when I brought up Block E, that we did earlier, that was the initial change to height, that they haven't done anything with that yet. I am disappointed to hear that. I was messing with you, but I'm still disappointed.
Yeah, my intuition on that, for what it's worth, is that I imagine the approval created some important conversations with, companies in Kansas City that might want to office there, but those might not be public. That'd be my guess on it. So I'm sure that the approval has allowed conversations to occur. I think right now Leewood is meeting to talk about, a potential locked-in super site for a new headquarters. And so I would just
asking for a name. I just want to know that you're working on it.
So I would assume that there's, not all work could potentially be shared.
That's my concern. My main concern is how do we ensure that we can be equitable with the height issue? So if we recommend a higher height and council wants to go lower, we know they can do that. But if we recommend a lower height, we also know council can go higher. That's my dilemma.
I'll weigh in a little bit. I've talked enough today, but I'll just add a little bit here. So applicant, I think you guys have done a great job of representing what you would like to do and showing kind of a strategic plan. I asked the difficult questions because it's important, right? This is a huge step for Kansas City in a positive way, I believe. And that's why I asked the difficult questions. I want to make sure that our constituents are heard and understand, as well as my own personal concerns. What Commissioner Padilla and Beasley have mentioned about the height, I am of the mindset that I feel a little bit more comfortable kind of setting a little bit lower threshold than what has been currently shown. Now, I believe the drop from 200 to 120, sorry, my computer died, on the J lot is a much more reasonable height. That gets you about, if you're doing an 18-foot first level for, whatever you get, I think you get about 8 or 9 stories, which to me seems like contextually something I feel more comfortable with across the board for the FM, O, and D lots. I also think that does show intent to the city and constituents that are behind you and have been watching this, that, hey, we are here to work with you guys and show that we still want to be marketable, but we are going to be reasonable. And not saying that you have not been reasonable. You guys have been great through this process, and I do appreciate that. But that's what I would feel comfortable with. I do agree with the pretty much the whole commission that I would like to pass this through today to council, but that would be the one modification I would make, is setting that ceiling at 120 and allowing council to have the ability to do what they believe is right. I think that shows intent, and I know you guys are going to continue working with the neighborhoods and everyone else on what that does, as well as the city. So thank you guys for everything you've already done, and I appreciate everyone in the neighborhood and everyone in the city that's come out and spoken.
All right. Thank you very much for that. Let's go ahead and start on these conditions, and then we can address the height issue last. So looking at the conditions, Anna, I'm going to read through what the applicant had requested in terms of changes and see if we can come to agreement on those to at least make some progress. So condition number 12, we're adding uses in addition to lot and building standards, and that shows up twice. Great, I got a thumbs up for those online. Then we're removing conditions 19 and 20. On condition number 25, we're adding at the end for properties adjacent to parks jurisdictional streets.
Richard Sanchez, who's with the Parks Department. I believe if you are still online, I would appreciate your input on that.
I'll have to promote him to panelist.
So we're promoting Richard to panelist,
Mhm.
so you can respond if on condition number 25, we're okay adding the phrase for properties adjacent to parks jurisdictional streets.
Hi, commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, park staff is okay with the additional language in stipulation or condition number 25 and 26.
On 26, I want to modify it slightly. So the request was credits allowed for areas set aside for parks, courtyards, and I think there are other terms as well. Entertainment might have been one. I just think it's worth adding the term public use for public use, just to ensure that it's not, I would prefer that a courtyard for residences of a condo, it doesn't count towards, just to be explicit. Okay, thank you, Ricky. Then on condition 30, also parks, changing the word from beginning to that reconstruction. I can't read my own writing. Reconstruction.
Yep, park staff is okay with that additional language as well.
Great, thank you. And then the last one, before we get to additional ones, is 31 for water services, adding that this is specific to new buildings only.
Travis? Kirk just raised his hand, Sarah.
I'll promote Kirk Rome from KC Water to panelist.
Yeah, I'm having a real hard time hearing anyone online here, so.
Sorry about that. What we are hoping to get clarity on is the applicant would like condition number 31 for Water Services Department to be specific to new buildings.
Yes, what does it read now?
It reads, the developer shall ensure that water and fire service lines should meet current Water Service Department rules and regulations prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy. The applicant has requested that it specifies for new buildings.
Well, it would also apply to repurposed buildings.
I think the intent of the change is where we are seeking a certificate of occupancy is normally done on new constructed buildings, normally is not coming in for reconstructed buildings. We would need to work with water to get those lines put in place, but to make sure we don't hold up for reconstructed buildings, that condition be for the new construction when those certificate of occupancies would be issued.
But for changing use, you would have to reapply for COI.
So
Sorry,
currently,
certificate of occupancy.
currently, if they bring a new tenant in, whether it's a change of use or a new retailer, there is a certificate of occupancy, but you don't have to review, you just go straight to building permit. You don't have to come in and review your water service.
Right, but if you go from office to assembly or, you know, things like that, you have to.
Not currently.
Well, the water service is reviewed with every building application that comes in. So if it is a change of use that has a more intensive use, then obviously the service that's there may not serve that building. So
Yeah, I think what he's trying to say is if you're going from something that's, you know, 100 square foot per person to 15 square foot per person, and you're increasing your toilets and all of those things, you would have to get a certification of occupancy for the new. So what I guess it would read is new buildings, and change of use. Is that fair?
Well,
As long as,
Or increase of use or
I think for today's purposes that I think we would be willing to accept that. I think we may engage in further conversation with the staff in case we need more clarity on that as we go forward to city council.
Okay, so
Okay.
31 will be amended for a new building or a change of use and with recognition that the applicant may work further with water services to further modify. Then adding condition number 33, requiring that the applicant work with the appropriate body at the city to determine a salvage plan for architectural elements that will be removed from the site. Any extra language, is that sufficient?
Yeah, we would want the Historic Preservation Commission to approve the salvage plan for the demolition of any character contributing buildings.
Applicants, okay, applicants saying yes,
we're
that
good with that.
works. So that is now condition number 33. Condition 34, adding that design guidelines are to include character contributing spaces and public art, and that a survey is to be conducted in collaboration with city staff within a year of council approval. Then condition number 35 is to ensure that the plan submitted specifies on lots J and M where height can be increased per the presentation given today by the applicant. 36, requiring a minimum setback on all facades at 45 feet of a minimum of 10 feet.
I think that's what I heard.
what was
Can you restate that?
Requiring a minimum setback at 45 feet of elevation on all facades.
Above 45?
Yes, above, yeah,
Above 45.
yeah, at, above, yes, above.
And I mean, we're okay with what they presented at 10 or was it 20 originally for the first, or was it 10?
In the 30, they came back with 20.
It varies depending on the street. So I think currently Nichols is a 20-foot step back above 45-foot datum plane. Several of the north-south streets like Wyandotte and Broadway were currently set at a 10-foot. We do not have a step back, which was brought up in public testimony as well. We did not have a step back along Ward Parkway, and Chris mentioned, I think that may have been an oversight on our part, so we are comfortable with a step back there.
So minimum 10 foot would be fine.
Yeah, so minimum of 10 with the appropriate language about datum and other terms like that. All right, then condition number 37, requiring that the applicant submit a phasing plan prior to council that is, approved by city staff with the intent of ensuring that should there be no action, no development over a period of 6 or more years, there's some sort of review. Is that sufficient? staff and applicant.
Can you say that again?
Yeah, so working with staff prior to city council, that a phasing plan be implemented, and with the intent that if there was 6 or more years where there was no development occurring, that it would somehow pull this back into a public process. And I'll let you all figure it out, but what I would like to avoid is that just because one building is built and then economic conditions create a long period of no movement, that the public consciousness has forgotten about this plan, and then all of a sudden a new building comes up at whatever the height is without having appropriate conversation about the MPD.
It sounds to me like what you're suggesting is that there be no more than 6 years between each final plan that would
Right.
come back to this
Correct.
board.
Great. I mean, I think it's already
I think-
naturally something that would have to happen anyway, but I'd like to.
Just some
point out.
clarity there.
All right, and then, not a condition, but it sounds like the newest submittal had changed the percent change of a character contributing facade from 30% to 20%. So just stating that for the record, that's what this is, approval is based upon. And then what I'd like to do is float out the idea for a 38th condition that could potentially add a little bit of teeth to a height conversation. Because the shade studies, as some noted, were, relatively few perspectives on one building at 2 different times during a certain time of year. Potentially, we could condition that all buildings require a shade study, noting that the negative impacts to the street experience or neighbors could affect the approved building height.
So I would say above the 45. That's the current.
Sure. So something to the effect that, because we didn't see it today, but because we want to allow the applicant to continue on this process, if they propose a building on any of these sites that were identified, and we're requiring a shade study, and the shade study comes back with something that multiple people say this doesn't work because that wasn't a full shade study, what we saw, then that would provide reason for height to be reconsidered.
I like where your head's at. What is the process in which who says, does it say, hey, it blocks my storefront? Does that count?
So in theory, what it would allow for is this body or city council to again realize this isn't what we intended, this isn't what we thought. Now that we actually see this project, it has negative impacts in ways that we hadn't foreseen. And so therefore, even though it was approved at 178 feet, you need to come back with something different. And the applicant could no longer say, well, the MPD says 178 feet, so we're going 178 feet. What we would be able to say is, well, it also said that you have, floor area requirements, and you also have this shade study. And the shade study doesn't pass muster because it has too many negative impacts, and therefore we're reconsidering the height.
I mean, that adds more teeth than what my option was, I think.
So if the commission's in favor, then Sarah, do you want to weigh in on the legality, and then we can also, of course, see if the applicant would consider it.
You can absolutely require a shade study.
I'm not entirely clear on what it is you're suggesting, that you want to approve a height and saying shade study. If a shade study indicates, for whatever reason, that already approved height is not something you want to move forward with, we can reduce the height?
Yeah, so basically what he's saying is if there's proven impact, negative impact to neighbors, business, whatever it might be.
But what's the negative impact that is going to be?
That's my only
Yeah,
concern.
and to me, this just kind of kicks the can down the road.
I mean, we're going to have a tall building on the east, 2 tall buildings on the east, and a taller building on the west. So that's not going to, it's going to be blocking the sun.
Yeah, so what I think it does, there was a very good illustration of how one site could look different, maximizing 3 different constraints. And there's a good chance that a building might not even try to maximize any of the constraints. It just might be an appropriate building that is under all the thresholds. What it would allow for is if we in city council approve something at a height that is a somewhat theoretical number, and then based upon the way that it actually manifests as a building, it would allow for us to then
Hear it again.
say that it's too
I
tall.
like the idea, but I think it's, I don't know,
We need to flip
can
it.
that be made? Can that be done way before moving? Like,
Yeah, I mean,
because-
it's massing, right? You do massing studies and all the time it's party diagrams and stuff that you can do to get.
I have no knowledge how to
I
do
think I
that.
would like to reverse it.
Okay.
I would like to have the height lower, and if they want to increase it, then they bring a shade study that substantiates that there's not the negative impact.
Yeah, my fear with that, as we've heard, whether it's someone who has tried to get industrial space up north by the airport, or whether it's someone trying to fill an office space, is I really can't go and try to win this client that wants to move their headquarters to the Country Club Plaza if I have to go back through this approval process again without any certainty. And so you need 4 more floors. Unfortunately, we don't have those 4 more floors. Are you willing to wait for me to go through this process? Oh, and it might leak that you're the ones who are trying to do this for. Like, I
But-
don't think we can.
But
But
your solution, they would
Essentially, it's the same.
is the same because of the shade study.
Essentially, it's the same because they're gonna decide, agree on something, and then they're gonna come back and say, you never mind.
I think the assumption, the difference and the reason I would say it's not the same is because it assumes that smart developers and architects can make it work. And it puts the onus on the applicant to put forth a project that is good enough, that looks great, that the community appreciates, that doesn't have negative externalities. And it allows them the resources to say, yes, we can get this done. We're not concerned about it. As opposed to, I need to go win approval for this. And so the assumption is it's allowed. Only if there's an egregious, if it gets built instead of the way it was beautifully illustrated, if it gets built as a plane that casts a huge shadow and creates that canyon that was talked about, that would be then an egregious, externality that therefore we would want some ability to correct.
That's something that you guys would be agreeable to?
I think the concern from our side, and appreciate the creativity here. I think the concern from our side is that this commission or a future board of new commissioners, this would be it should be known that whatever height this board potentially recommends here, that height will have shadows when the sun shines.
And no one's disagreeing that there's going to be shadows. I think what Vice Chair Enders is suggesting is that what this does is it pushes the architects and the developer to be cognizant about what that is. It says, hey, you can do this height, but since we have not seen a shade study of those buildings, it gives us a kind of golden handcuff a little bit, right? To say, hey, you said it was going to be fine, but look at that, that's not fine, as well as the neighborhood.
I like the idea you are proposing. I just want to know, understand, because and lack of knowledge, but what is that negative impact of? There's going to be shadows, and I think that a lot of this conversation is lack of understanding, and some things are going to be.
So that would be, while I do agree, it kind of went back to what Hasek said about kicking the can down a little bit. I think we have to trust that whoever our board members are, whether it be some of us or our commission members or a new commission, would look at it and say, okay, these heights have been approved. Neighborhood has concerns about this shadow at one time, at 1 year, because when they do a shade study, I mean, you can do a time lapse of exactly what this is going to look like, where it's going to be, and that's what we are tasked to do, or future future commission members, to say what you're saying or what we're seeing is not a negative impact or is a negative impact. And I think that's kind of, I like the idea.
So I have a staff question. If we did the lower height and they wanted to come back and appeal to increase it, What kind of time frame would we put them in trying to accomplish that?
A major amendment to a development plan takes 8 to 10 weeks total.
And it costs a fee?
And it,
And here's
as,
the
as,
Costs a
A
fee?
fee,
What's the
yes,
fee? It
yes.
requires neighborhood engagement. We do public notice.
Once again, I'm trying to,
Trying
I'm
to-
asking, so maybe people that that's in the same spot as I am. There's an approved building on the west.
Yep.
It's 250
Mhm.
feet tall,
275.
275. There's gonna be shadows.
Mhm.
I like the plaza and the shiny golden hour, 5 o'clock, but there's, I mean, that's, some of that is gonna be gone. So I'm trying to understand what's a negative impact. So people, like what's, like,
Yeah, and that's my holdup is it's hard to quantify that because I understand what the purpose of it is it gives us a reason to bring the height down so that way we're not approving a solid height and then we
Yeah,
have to take it back
I
after.
think, I think the points have been well made, so let's move on from that. The next question then is to determine, so we're still at 37 conditions. If there are any more, we need to bring them up, but then otherwise we need to determine what the heights are that the commission is comfortable with at this time, because there's certainly some difference
Could
of
you
opinions.
repeat number 34? I think I missed that one.
34 was adding to the design guidelines, including character contributing spaces and public art. So at this time, the last thing that needs to be considered is you know, if this is being recommended approval per the conditions, the major thing is the height. We have what the applicant has provided. My intuition is to go with what the applicant has provided instead of picking some arbitrary numbers. And that's why I wanted to try to provide some sort of balance, but it sounds like other people have an idea on numbers they would like to propose. So at this time, I'd just like to get a sense of what the commission would like, so that way we can try to pass the project forward.
Yeah, I would say my biggest concerns are particularly with lots F, M, O, and J. I don't necessarily have as much of an issue with lot D, because I think that the argument stands that it kind of is outside of what we would traditionally consider to be the
You-
sort of plaza boundary.
Sorry, can you bring that back on the slide? Yeah.
And then do you have, so I imagine lot J, you're satisfied with the 120 that was proposed. So looking at F, M, and O, you have 150, 150, 178. Do you have specific thoughts on those?
I almost would rather see it go to a max of the 120, like what we see on J. But again, I would like to see this as kind of a back and forth and see what other people think.
Just to give a little bit more context on why I said the 120 was because I wanted this to reflect the evolution of the Plaza Bowl, right? So this would be the next step in of the bowl effect, right? So it would set that boundary and then it goes down again. And that's kind of where I derived my 120 from.
Okay.
The numbers just blocked.
Commissioner Lynch, it's
And
clearly been hard to get, you know, your thoughts in when we've all been jumping in with lots of feedback. Do you have any thoughts on this?
I don't think I have much to add that hasn't already been said, to be perfectly honest. I think my thinking is probably much more aligned with Tyler than anybody, and I do appreciate you giving me a chance to speak. I mean, this is probably one of the best presentations I've ever seen on city council, and I don't know what more we're gonna add, you know, continuing it or anything. And I agree with you that I think it should just go to city council for a decision.
Okay.
So remind me again, the gray ones, A, B, C, those
No
heights
change.
are not being changed.
No change from
So what is the height of those?
45.
45, and then there's a little bit of maximum height of 130 on A to the north,
Oh,
which exists right now.
Okay.
I'm gonna butcher the tower's name, but is it Geralda Tower?
Yeah.
Geralda.
That's 130 feet? Or how tall is that?
90.
That tower right here.
Existing tower height.
We believe it's 138.
So that would still be visible. So I kind of like that 120 because that keeps it right below. I just don't want the
And,
tower
yeah,
to be.
I'm trying to think of it too as like in proportions to like 1/3 of the 45 foot or up to 45 foot before the 10 foot setback and then 2/3 above. And again, like that feels like for me a compromise because ideally would like to see it shorter, but again, I understand
Right.
the
So
density.
give me your
and whatnot,
numbers
but
again.
The 120 for lots
J.
FM and O.
Oh, yeah, FM and O.
J's already
Yeah,
with
J,
it.
or- yeah, FM and O. I'm comfortable with that.
Just to say it again, it's not gonna be a blanket 120, right?
No.
It's gonna be
It's
120
just
where
for
it's
the stuff
at.
that, just
And-
the,
I would say, again, this is something that is a discussion at city council that they can amend this to.
Yeah.
That,
I'm
again,
with-
I kind of agree with Beasley that this is just a recommendation that we're
Right.
offering.
And I would rather give something
Yeah.
closer to what we're doing, and if they want to increase it, then they take that decision on. Then-
yep,
Right.
that's my thought.
And then,
This way it kind of shows, puts a little bit teeth in our concern of height. And then lets them make those decisions.
sorry, I'm just going, just to make sure I had this right in my head. And Tyler, you were saying about the height. What numbers were you thinking again?
I was gonna leave it as is,
As
but,
is?
but I'm,
Um,
very willing to go
Oh,
with what
I'm-
the commission.
So I'm gonna say my opinion with Commissioner Enders on the height, just because you know, I feel like we're just throwing numbers that obviously these numbers are based on studies and financials and marketing and all that kind of stuff. So I think we just put on the city council. I don't know. I just feel like we don't have enough information to just say, why you don't do this 120 instead 178.
But we also don't have enough information to say that the 170 and 150.
All right.
But like
so
we used to get.
Commissioners Forbes and Beasley, because we're at 3-2 right now.
We missing a vote? That's
I-
5. It's six
No,
votes.
it's,
Well, both the two of you need to weigh in with what you'd be most
I
comfortable
personally
with.
would like to see just probably around the 120 mark across the
Okay.
board.
Well,
But me personally.
I thought I was clear when I said I wanted the lower height.
Okay,
so
great.
I'm good with the
All right.
120.
What I'll throw out as a last idea is I think that F, because it is next to this 275-foot building, I would say we should leave that at 120. I think the result is that there's very, very good continuity with J, O, and
50.
I think you meant 150, right?
yes, I meant 150.
Yep.
Okay.
There's then very good continuity with J, O, and M, all the buildings along the Ward Parkway, along Ward Parkway, being at 120. That's consistent with what some testimony we heard 2 weeks ago when there were some members speaking about the intent of the bull with higher heights to the south.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Okay,
I
so
agree.
then I'll add then condition 38, revising sheet C401 and the heights to be listed as 178 for D as it stands, 120 for J as it currently stands, 120 for O, which is a change, 120 for M, which is a change, and 150 for F, which is as it is currently stated. That's the conclusion of the amendments or the conditions that I had listed. Are there any other things that we believe we're missing? And applicant and staff, do you believe, is there anything else? Yes.
Yeah, just a summary of the new conditions.
Hold on.
If we're going to allow the taller buildings, which it sounds like we are, one of the things we had suggested was having guidelines for above 45 feet and below 45 feet as well, but to specify what that taller structure will look like, emulating, we were saying, the Lockton building and the historic apartments on the south side of Ward Parkway. I don't think that's in the MPD now. Is that right?
So I felt that my reading of the MPD covered that, but it's interesting
Yeah.
that an expert is saying otherwise. So I'm eager to hear
Yeah, I thought it was
what
kind of
you
in
all
there.
feel.
At least from an applicant perspective, that's our intent of the design guidelines.
I think we just like to clarify the intent. I think we're in agreement. We just want to make sure it's clearly stated and we can work with the applicant between here and council. The other things where the facadism, some kind of guideline or condition in the guidelines that prevents facadism.
So I
defines what it is.
heard that, and the reason that I didn't feel it was necessary to condition, when I saw the new sheet that showed how the height has to be set back, in my mind, that meant that the building was going to be very intact So looking at the Mill Creek Parkway building, for example, if all the height is coming on the back corner, then to me, that was implied that the facade would be left very intact.
Oh, and I'm hearing now that maybe it's already in the new NPDs.
It is.
Okay.
Sorry,
It
we
was
haven't,
added.
we haven't reviewed that.
Perfect.
So that may
Great.
be a non-issue.
Best solution.
Was there anything else I'm forgetting? I think we're good. That's all for us.
Sarah?
Can I?
Do you want to repeat?
Yeah, I just want a summary of the new conditions. So 33, salvage plan.
Yes.
34, referencing the public art facilities study.
Character contributing spaces and public art.
35 is updating the plan sheet to more clearly show these shaded areas, like graphically depicted like this with the chart moved over.
Where the heights
The
of all
floor
the
plans.
lots are permitted.
Yep. Requiring the step back for all buildings after the 45 feet to be the 10-foot back.
A minimum of 10 foot back.
37, the phasing plan, with the intent that there should be no more than of a 6-year gap in between each final MPD. 38, all buildings are going to require a shade study for with the final MPD. And then 39, the height for M and O is changed to 120.
Correct.
Great. Yep.
I'm not sure he agrees with one of those.
I do, if I may, I do have a question on 38.
Yes.
There was back and forth
In the shade study.
on the shade study.
Yeah.
At one point, I thought that
Staff corrected it, I believe. So what will, to make it clear for the record, 38 will just be conditioning a shade study with each project.
Correct.
With
Not the remaining.
There's no implication of, it's just that a shade study will occur.
Would like a shade study submitted with the final development plan for buildings over 45 feet in height.
Correct.
Exactly.
And then could I get clarification, I think, on that survey that you wanted of the public space for the art that was to be done within 12 months? I just don't want to be, I want to be clear that's not to be completed before we go to city council.
Correct. 12 months from approval at city council.
And then one more ask for clarification on number 37, where we had the 6 years between final plans. I just want to be clear that that's where we're coming forward with, again, if a new building or new height. I mean, after that, is your intent that the MPD expire, or we just have to come back if we have another plan?
Yeah, I would like it to have to be reapproved. So we've recently seen some plans that it was on the consent docket and someone asked for, hey, market conditions haven't allowed me to start work on this project. And so it was a relatively, vanilla customary consent docket item, but I'd like it to come back.
To be clear, the way that we currently read the code, if the MPD plan expires, and perhaps Sarah Baxter could correct me if I'm wrong on this, but as we read the code, if the MPD plan expires, it changes the underlying zoning.
Yep.
So I don't think that's what your intent is.
No, that's not the intent, because we typically see it with a building, not
Right.
with an MPD.
So could I ask, when we've had the ones come back that you referenced, didn't they come back as amendments? They weren't new, they were amendments.
Yeah, but to Roxanne's point, it wasn't. It wouldn't be an MPD, but I'd like the same type of
protection.
Yeah, the same type of impact.
It sounds like you just want us to come back for a full review of the MPD, but that it not expire. Is that what I'm hearing?
Something to that effect. Is that not achievable?
If there's ideal, hopefully, right, there's not, we don't get to this, right? Because ideally this gets completed in 10 years, right? So there shouldn't be a.
we hope.
Just want to
You will,
clarificate.
you will.
Yeah.
So I think the main point is we put too much work and effort and compromise to get to here. We don't want to lose it because of the technicality of how often and what they need to do to keep that active. Is that what I'm
So,
hearing?
I mean, the code already establishes there are two things about lapse of approval. One is for the preliminary development plan itself, that if the applicant does not file a final development plan within 4 years, then the preliminary development plan that you're looking at today, approval lapses.
Okay.
And they could not apply for any final development plans after 4 years.
Then we're
What
redundant.
we didn't want, though, was just to make sure that just because, something is done on Lot J, but then there's a lapse of 10 years without any development, that's,
If they have a final development plan that is approved and they have a phasing plan that has been approved and that they are in compliance with, their preliminary development plan does not lapse.
That's where you talked about they could come in and update their phasing plan.
They could come in and update their phasing plan so that they remain in compliance with it. But they don't have to, if they are in compliance with their phasing plan and they have an approved final development plan in these first 4 years, then their plan has not lapsed and it does not have to be reapproved.
yeah, so it sounds like there's not a great solution for what we're looking for, but I'm okay with that. I mean, it's a nice to have, but I don't think I'm okay without it if everyone else is. So we would just modify 37 to simply require a standard phasing plan.
Would we need that condition though, if it's part of the code?
Perhaps not, but it wouldn't hurt to have it.
It wouldn't hurt, yeah.
You can add it and staff can work with them to determine.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right,
If it's redundant, staff can pull it out before. Council.
staff, applicant, commissioners, any further comments or conditions? Okay, then I'll look for,
I'm excited.
We are too.
I'll look for a motion.
Okay, start this journey here. Deep breath. Motion to approve docket item number 2 with the removal of condition number 19 and 20 with the amendments to conditions number 12, 25, and 30 as stated in the applicant presentation. Amendment to condition number 26 stating or inserting the language public use to the parkland information. Condition number 31, an amendment to add new buildings and change of use and occupancy. The addition of condition number 33 to require a salvage plan for architectural elements and to be approved by Historic Preservation Commission. Condition number 34 to add design guidelines and for public space and arts. Did I get that one right? Okay. Condition number 35 to ensure or to ensure the heights for lots J and M.
Per the right floor plate shown in the presentation.
Right, per the presentation. Condition number 36, that there be 10-foot setbacks above 45 feet in height, minimum on all sites. Condition number 37, to require standard phasing plan. Condition number 38, to require shade study for all buildings over 45 feet. And condition number condition number 39, to amend the heights for lots O and M to 120 feet maximum.
Job. Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to approve docket item number 2 with conditions. While I have everyone in suspense, I want to thank all the members of the public who've been working on this, both here today, online, those who've had conversations outside of this. Again, as was mentioned by Commissioner Lynch, this is the most robust MPD, that we've seen in any of our tenure, and it's warranted. It's a site that people care about, and it's an important site economically, culturally, historically. A lot of the questions that were brought up today, there are no right answers probably, and it depends upon your perspective. And so I encourage everyone to reach out to their council members if they feel that this was a insufficient process or resulted in a result that you disagree with. There is much, much more opportunity for discussion. Council members, I'm sure, have differing perspectives than what we have. So appreciate everyone's patience with us, and also everyone, bringing forth good thoughts, good intent, and making it a very productive conversation. So with that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? It passes unanimously. Unanimously. Thank you for the project and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes the regular docket. Are there any other items to be addressed?
No, there are not.
Meeting adjourned.
Meeting adjourned.
And,
Was